Okay, here's the Kino, and this was the last one of the riverboats, and there it sits, and you can go in and tour it. And that's what ran up and down the river up until the highway, and they closed up the mine. And this is one of the buildings that did not get flooded, because when the ice breaks and it comes down here, this is Front Street. Front Street's been underwater quite a few times from ice, stuff like that. And the river is over there where Hap is walking. Here we are, right on the river's edge. Canadian Bank of Commerce. Klondike Gold buying and melting into bricks, brokering in for world markets, bankrolling entrepreneurs huge inventories to last the northern winters. These and other important services were performed by the Canadian Bank of Commerce in Dawson from the gold rush of '98 until 1989. Robert Service was among the clerks who worked here before his poetry earned him financial independence and the honorary title Bard of the Yukon. Built in 1901, this Renaissance Revival building is one of the Canadians' finest surviving structures, clad in decorative pressed metal. And there's the building. Survived all the ice crashes down the river. Here we're looking up the river here. And down there, I believe, is where the ferry's at that we will use to cross the river when we go on into Alaska. And there's the going down the river. And that's where all the paddle wheelers went. Yeah, son. There, crossing over. There's no highway that connects this to the other side. It's the river. And on the other side of the river is where the guy and his wife lived that we did the tour with. Now this is the Yukon Queen 2, which I believe does tours up and down the river here. Here's the back end of the Kino. Yeah. Monte Carlo. River. I'm going to take a look at the grass on the roof over here.
Now if you can see this is two different rivers that meet right here that are going through the town. One is all silky, which is the brown up there at the top, and the green or blue water is on the bottom, and it stays divided until it goes way down and starts to get closer together, and I don't know how far down it goes before it actually meets. Okay, we're standing on the river walk. Right down through here, and this is the frontage street, or Front Street. It goes down and circles the whole town. Well, we just understood what these dividing, but back to the water. The brown water is off of the Yukon River, and the blue water that's coming in is off the, what river?
Klondike.
Klondike River. So that's the separations.
A little old log place with its tin roof. And then over here, we have two of them that are holding each other up. You may say that's what the permafrost does. It just sinks like a hole in the ground and stays that way. Well, here's the back side of it. We're across the street here. And here's the front side. Guess they fixed it up a little bit. This is the 3rd Avenue complex. Permafrost ranks second only as to fire in the blame of buildings. These 3 structures, dating from 1901, illustrate what can happen when heated buildings are placed on frozen ground. The frost melts, mixing water with the soil to form a very fluid muck into which different footings settle at different rates. No restoration measures have been taken with these buildings so that visitors may see history as it naturally unfolds. We've got a hotel and a sluice box lounge and restaurant. A pretty spiffy looking place, huh? Down the street. Now you can see these streets are all dirt, so it gets a little dusty here.
Right here too.
The Westminster Hotel, established in what? 1898. There's the KTM Company, a store that sells most everything. There's the Midnight Sun Hotel. A lot of hotels, saloons, and brothels. This is the Dawson Daily News, and we're going to go and read the little sign because that means it's a historical building. Dawson Daily News moved into this building in 1910, the sole survivor among 7 Gold Rush newspapers. It provided Dawson City with a window to the outside world and remained a profitable business until the early 1920s. Thereafter, it was essentially a one-person operation and shut down for good in 1954. By then, valueless as a business, its true value was a respiratory of Klondike history, faithfully recorded since 1899. Okay, here's another big old building. It's got a sign, so let's go check it out and see what it is. Okay, here we are on the other side. It was the post office and the telegraph office, and the first substantial building, have just said, that was built here long, long ago. Looks pretty good. They took good care of this one. Klondike Klondike Kate's Restaurant. Purveyors of clean rooms, portable spirits, and fine foods. The Spirit of the Yukon. This is Robert Service, and he is a famous writer. I wanted the gold and I sought it. I scrambled and mucked like a slave. Was it famine or scurry? I fought it. I hurled my youth into a grave. I wanted the gold and I got it. Came out with a fortune last fall, yet somehow life's not what I thought it, and somehow the gold isn't all. Okay, here's a little place. I'm just walking down the streets. Now this section over here they've added on. Did a great job. See the tank? That's oil. That's their heat. Now I'm going to walk around the side and show you who lives here. Now this is who's sitting in the backyard all quiet, just looking at us like, duh, what are you looking at? And he's sitting beside this house. So we decided it must be his. Don't see anybody else around. There was a landslide, the whole side of the hill fell down. Quite a while ago, from what the tour guy said. Now the whole hillside over here, that was all tents in the gold rush. All tents. Okay, here we are down at the loading dock, looking back at town. Out for our evening walk. We are seeing the town by foot. Permit holders only. And then there's a line for us RVers to get in line. We will go over here and down to the dock and across the Yukon River.
And loading like they're loading over there.
Over there now. Sun is bright, shining in my face here. Okay, and there, the ferry, and there's the highway. And we will be on our way to Alaska. The river here. Wow. Beautiful. Yukon Sawmill Company. and Fisheries Limited. Salmon and caviar.
Here we have a hang glider. It just came off that hill right there. And he's going to come in over town, and we're going to go watch him land right here on the side.
Look at here. Look at this little place. This is something else. Now this is also Canadian snow. It's called cottonwood trees. Cottonwood trees.
If this is Canadian snow, then I'm George W. Okay, George, how's it going?
Now we got to get a close-up of these stairs because these are something else. Look at that. All little wood. They make use of all the wood that they have up here. They're making these beautiful buildings. Of course, this one here was made a long time ago. Very nice. And look at the beautiful setting. Okay. And this is Robert Service, and we are going to be coming back here in a little while to listen to a talk about him. Look at this. This is how it's all built here. All little round twigs. And this is inside his cabin. Little place. And they preserved it and took well care of it. And the famous author, poet, writer, and after the talk we'll know a lot more about him. A picture of him, I believe, in front of his home. Okay, here's the trees, and it's just hanging solid with this. Okay, and now if we go over here, we will get a glimpse of it blowing all around there. See it? Summer snow in the Yukon. But the trees are just covered with it. Of course, Hap gets to take his allergy pills because of it. Okay, there's a roof full of grass. A little place here. We're going to walk around the front side now. We're going to go in there. That's going to open up in a few minutes. See some of the pictures and stuff that are in there. Like a little museum, I guess. This pretty house that sits right next to the Robert Service house that we just were at. And we walked by this pretty home. Okay, now this is Jack London here, and this is where they would keep, this is one of the first things that would be built because that's where the food would be stored to keep it safe because it was very, very hard to come by. Keep the bears, etc. out. Here's his little house. Okay, here's the inside of his little domain. This would have been Jack London. Okay. The stove.
Where they're on the cabin, but you go around to the back, like it's about 10 minutes to wait or something like that.
I didn't zoom in on the roof here. I got everything else, but I didn't get the roof.
You get them right from me.
There we go.
Bring around the room, and he seemed in a kind of a daze until at last that old piano fell in the way of his wandering gaze. The ragtime kid was having a drink. There was no one else on his stool, so the stranger stumbles across the room and he flops down there like a fool in a buckskin shirt that was glazed with dirty satin. And I saw him sway. Then he clutched the keys with his grimy hands. My God, could that man play? Were you ever out? In the great alone, when the moon was awful clear, and the icy mountains hemmed you in with silence you most could hear, with only the howl of a timber wolf, and you camp there in the cold, a half-dead thing in a stark dead world, but clear mad for that muck called gold. And high overhead, green, yellow, red, the north lights swept in bars. Then you've a hunch what that music meant. Hunger, and the night, and the stars. But hunger? Not of the belly kind that's banished by bacon and beans. No, that gnawing hunger of old lonely men for a home and all that it means. For a fireside far from the cares that are, just four walls and a roof above, and oh so crammed full of cozy joy, crowned by a woman's love, a woman dearer than all the world, and true as heaven's true. But God, how ghastly she looks in her rouge, yon lady known as Lou. Then all of a sudden, the music changed, so soft you scarce could hear. But you felt as though your life had been looted, clean of it all, once held dear. That someone had stolen the woman you loved. That her love was a devil's lie. That your guts were gone and the best for you was to crawl away and die. 'Twas the crowning cry of heart's despair, and it thrilled you through and through. I guess I'll make it spread Mazir, said Dangerous Dan McGrew. Then the music almost faded away until it burst like a pent-up flood, and it seemed to say, repay, repay. And then my eyes became blind with blood, and this thought came back of an ancient wrong, and it stung like a frozen lash, and this lust awoke to kill, to kill. And then the music stops with a crash, and the stranger turns, and his eyes, they burned in a most peculiar way. In a buckskin shirt that was glazed with dirt, he sat, and I saw him sway. Then his lips went in a kind of grin. He spoke. His voice was calm. Boys, says he, you don't know me, and none of you care a damn, but I'm here to state, and my words are straight. I bet my poke they're true, that one of you is a hound of hell, and that one is Dan McGrew. Then I ducked my head, and the lights went out, and two guns blazed in the dark, and then a woman screamed, and the lights went up. Two men lay stiff and stark. Pitched on his head, pumped full of lead, was Dangerous Dan McGrew. The man from the creeks, he lay clutched to the breast of yon lady known as Lou. And them's just the facts of the case. I guess I oughta know. Oh, they say the stranger was crazed with hooch. I'm not denying it, so... See, I'm not so wise as those lawyer guys. But strictly, between me and you, the woman that kissed him pinched his poke. It was yon lady known as Lou. Kind of have fun with that one, don't I? I can't believe I muffed that one up too, didn't I?
Family.
Oh, you guys are good. I didn't see your lips move though. Oh, they were. You know, interestingly enough, Robert wrote 2 biographies, Plowman of the Moon and Harper of Heaven. An interesting fact about both of these biographies is, well, they're completely filled with gout. Are you ready? There are strange things done after 1:30 by the men who search for gold. The Arctic histories have their eerie mysteries that would make your feet go cold. The Aurora Borealis has seen where Montreal is. But the queerest it ever did spot was on the night on the periphery of Lake McKiffery. I cremated Sam McClocks. Thank goodness for a rewrite. Actually, Sam McGee was a real guy. Robert got his name from the bank ledger at the bank, and no, he was not from Tennessee, where the cotton blooms and blows. Incidentally, have you ever seen cotton blooming and blowing in Tennessee? He was from Peterborough, Ontario. He was up on business. And actually, well, when the later drafts of the cremation of Sam McGee became very famous, became part of North American lexicon, poor Sam got faced with one question for the rest of his life, and he lived until 1940. And that one question was, is it warm enough in here for you, Sam? Service did meet Sam. Sam was never compensated financially by any means, but well, he did change banks after the later version came out.
Okay, we're coming. Here we come. Here we come. There it is. There it
That's
is.
not so sure she wants to go in.
Oh.
That's proven to be a person capable of almost anything, and is therefore fully entitled to bear their significance of such rights and privileges as may at any drunken moment be decided upon. Instant to swear off I have here to send my hand, or my seal, or made my mark, or whatever I was capable of at such time. Doing it fast, doing it slow, let's must touch slow.
Okay, boys.
Howdy, greet you. We'll get up to 13. How do you do 5 doses?
I like the speech that the kids does too.
I've already done it.
Can't hear the music in the background. Get closer, maybe you can get it.
Oh, they're getting their certificates here.
So you go by TL or TL off? Okay, we get this.
your toes. Instead of choose your weapons, it's called pick your toe.
In recognition, Mike, Hap, in the presence of witnesses, drank an authentic sour to a cocktail each, thereby followed into wake the even staggering footsteps of Captain River Rat have proved to be people capable of almost anything, and are therefore fully entitled to bear their certificates to such rights and privileges as may at any drunken moment be decided upon. In witness whereof I have here to set my hand, or my seal, or made my mark, or whatever I was capable of at such time. Drink it fast, drink it slow, when your lips must touch still.
Here's to you, Bubba.
You party people, you!
You wash those lips tonight before you kiss.
Oh, yuck! Annette, you just planted a thought. That's horrible. Turn around and want to kiss. Darn it. Now they're signing their certificate of authenticity here. And Hap has his Camp Have Another. That's a good one, shirt to have on. Okay. All right,
Mike, here you go, brother.
Hey, hold him up. Let me see him. Let me see him. Hold it up here. There we go, guys. All right. There they did it.
Hey, we're genuine toast.
I can say that again.
Hey,
Okay.
there's Gary, that was chicken shit. Wouldn't do it.
Our leader couldn't handle it. Afraid he'd get sick.
Okay. It's 11:30.
At night.
Yeah. Here we are, just moseying on home.
I'm gonna hoof it back. I want
From a night at the bar.
The dance hall girls.
The dance
Let's
hall
see.
girls.
We did the dance hall girls at Diamond.
Diamond
Diamond Gertie's.
Okay. And then we did the
The guy sucked on a toe.
toe. We're gonna make Hap go home and wash his mouth out with bleach. No more kisses. Huh, dear. And here comes the local police. Hey! And we even have a pretty sunset. I think it's going to be a sunset. Maybe about 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. Ouch! Something just bit me. No, but I just want to get a picture of it before I forget. Okay, see this road up here? Okay, now we're going to back off and see where the campground is right here. And that's the road we're going to go up and over once we cross the ferry. And that is the top of the world highway. There the RV going over the top of the world highway. Okay, here we are, ready to cross the Yukon River, the ferry. We're number 13 in line. 13, okay? And you 30 minutes for 2. So figure it out. We're going to be here till lunchtime. And that's cutting in on our tea time.
It is.
Now maybe we could go over and play around the golf and just swim over with the clubs and then come back and get the rig. Because that's where we got to get to, is over there. Okay, this big boy is loading onto this ferry, and hopefully he don't break it till we get there. We want to go too. Of course, we got waiting in line yet. There it goes. I'm sure they know what they're doing, but my goodness, that ferry looks awful small with this big guy getting on him.
What would they do without that?
You know the little tugboats that go, I think I can, I think I can, I think I can? Well, this one did it. And away he goes. We made it. And how long was it, Hap?
So far it's been 2 hours and 1 minute.
All right. And our ship is coming in. Here it comes. Or rather, the ferry. He's coming over, and we'll be getting loaded up. Swing it around. Busy little place.
Let the current line him up.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He's good at what he does. Look at that. Right on the money, man.
So we got to swing out wide and get lined up perfectly straight to get up over that little ridge. And there it is. Okay, we are getting loaded. Water is moving.
Thanks, Harley.
Yeah, they're still loading. They're still waving people on. It started to rain, and here we go across the river. Let's see if we can see in the mirror behind us. Yep, there we go.
Roll your window down a little bit. The rain's coming the other way. You should be able to see it.
All that wait for a 3-minute ride. Huh. There's another tanker sitting over there waiting to come across.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay, there's where we just left. And see how the current carries us, because it just pushes us down around there. How many are line, babe?
I got 12.
Wow. As somebody said, they were told not to get in line till 1 o'clock, so I guess that's true. It's about 12:30 now. There we are. Say goodbye to Dawson City. Maybe we'll be back. Maybe we won't. And there we go, up over the ridge. Here we go. You've heard of back up till you hear glass or breakage or whatever? Well, this one here is go forward until you hear crunch on the gravel. Thank you! There we are. West Dawson. Okay, we're going to pull over so that the cars can go around us, and we're going to get ready to climb up the hill and head up the top of the World Highway. Okay, we're on the road going over here to the golf course, the top of the World Golf Course. And look out there, you can see the river. And there's another great view when we come back up here. We'll get a look at that one. Wow, this is where the two rivers meet down here. Wow.
See the golf course out here.
Yeah. Well, Daryl and John, I wish you were here with us because I think you'd really get a kick out of this one. You too, Dick and Karen and Charlene, any of those golfers that are going to see this maybe someday. What a place to be. We're going to have a bite to eat.
Top of the world.
Then we'll go play some golf. I don't care if it's raining. I'm putting on my raincoat and the way we're going. We are top of the world. Golf course, Dawson. Oh. Look at this road ahead. Look at that. And the river. We'll be going down. And then, when we leave, we got to come back up. Welcome. Top of the World Golf Course. Here we are. Somebody else just came moseying up this road. We're out here at the driving range now. Drive bucket of balls. Here's the targets. 50's a raven, 100's a wolf, 150 looks like a bear, and a moose is way out there at 200. And there's some of the homes on the side of the hill up there. That's looking back across the river over there. Dawson. Here we are. The rain stopped. It's beautiful.
And we were camped right underneath that, where that
Oh, see where the slide is over there. That's where we were. Our campground was just below that there. All right. Here we are back there at the first hole. Here's the view. Swing on around here nice and slow like. Those guys playing over there. Around here. And there's all kinds of neat little old rusty things sitting around here. Look at this view, huh? And the weather's perfect. Absolutely perfect. Nice breeze so the mosquitoes aren't out. Beautiful. Oh my God, there's the World Highway up there. Look at this.
Oh my God.
Look at the RV that just pulled out up there at the turnout. Top of the world. There's where we're going to go. There's where we're going to go. Way to go, babe. Good one. Way down there. Okay, here's Hap up here ready to go for the 6th hole here. Now we'll turn around and look the other way where it's going to go. cart path going down, going down, going down. And there's the red stake right there by the bush. And there's the Yukon River out there. Okay? Okay, the 9th hole, it's starting to rain. The wind's going to blow. Hap hits the ball and sticks it up in the trees. Get out of here. So he's got the water fisher thing.
It's there where I saw it.
I can't. There it is! Ta-da! Oh, Hap. 1 in a million, Tiger. Here we go. And that was the 9th hole down there. Hap played in the trees. And up we go. Back up to the clubhouse. Looks like we beat the rain. There's the river. Wow. This is rugged road here. And it's
Glad my son's not driving this. John would have killed me by now.
Well, there we go. Okay, we're all done playing golf. 4:30. And we're heading down the road. Up the road, down the road. Now who'd have thunk in this forest we'd have found a golf course? But we did. And so did a lot of other people. So now we're getting back on the road, the top of the world highway. Somewhere up there on that hill. We'll find it. Okay, here we are, looking out over the rivers here. Heading down. Okay. Looking out over the valley
Yeah,
here.
that's the green right there.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. I'm okay.
I think we're gonna get another shot.
Yeah. Okay, here's the road we came in on. The Klondike Highway. Running alongside the Klondike River. Okay? Now, this is where the Klondike and the Yukon River meet, and look at that. The one with the muddy stuff and the one with the clear.
That's silk
Silt. From the mines in the mud.
the glaciers.
Yeah.
Silk from the glaciers.
Okay, now here's the town of Dawson City. All right. And now we're going to, I'm going to zero in on our Okay, right there where those 2 motorhomes are parked, that's where we were parked this morning. And we're up probably, what, 1,000 feet up?
Yeah.
Look at this. Look at this. We're on the road coming out from where the golf course was at. And you can see the water. See it? Beautiful. Okay, it's time to get on the road to Chicken. Now the dome I'm looking at over the top, that dome. There's a road that goes up there, and it takes you a good hour to get up there.
A road that goes up
Yeah.
there.
People went up there on June 21st for the midnight sun.
And they
Yep.
were paid a parasailing off of that. The pictures that I've already the pictures I've already videoed. They were parasailing from that down to where I took the pictures of them landing down there where the gold building is at.
Yep, where the old bank is.
Yep. And they were landing right there.
There we go. We're going up to the top of the world highway. Headed to Alaska again. Oh yeah. Rain held off for our golf game. They say the top of the world highway. We are up there. And it eventually there's going to be a pullout so we can stop and really take a good look. Way up here. It's snow up there now. Huh. Well, we're still going up. And the road over here, we're still going up. So we haven't actually reached the top yet. Not quite sure where the top is because we see hills ahead of us that are still a little bit higher. We're still up here at the top of the World Highway. Been on now about 50 miles. Little burrish, 6 o'clock at night. A little bit of snow. A few bumps. Stop to check things out, make sure everything's okay. We're following right along the tree line it says here. Haven't seen any elevation levels, so not quite sure what our elevation is, but I think we're just on the top, so we'll just call it the top. Back there is a rainstorm going on. Okay. We're at the border. Most northerly land border port in the U.S. of A. All right.
Elevation 4127.
All right. Population 2. All right. Here we are. Boundary 4 miles. Chicken 43. Eagle 79. 40 mile. Ooh. Bumpy road. Well, let's see. Got about 40 more miles of this to go. This is gravel. We just saw an elevation sign. 4,100?
41,000.
4,100. 41,000. Half thinks he's back in a C-141.
4,127.
Okay. All right. It just seemed like we were at 9,000 feet. We aren't even as high as Big Bear. The town of Boundary. Look at this neat building, huh? Alaska Gold Nugget Jewelry Repair. Top of the world, gas, gold, and gifts.
And that's an airport.
Low flying aircraft.
Right in here. Sure, this guy there.
Hap thought he saw a bear, so we're slowing down. Yeah, he's probably by the water there because there's a stream, huh? Oh, I talked about thicket. There's a thicket. Thicket. Walker Fork Creek River. Little river. And we're on the gravel road. Still. We go down the hill, we go back up the hill. Yeah, pretty, huh? Yeah. I think I see Mike's truck down there. Yeah.
Where?
Right straight ahead.
Right straight ahead.
Yeah, down there at the
Oh, yeah,
first
yeah.
campground. There we are, chicken. Look at, oh, there's one of those big old dredge things too.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
445 over the last.
No, because we went back to Alaska time. That is so neat, that down there. Wow, super. Here we are. Chicken community. Must be in Chicken, Alaska. It was a long drive over here. 5 hours. We survived the top of the world highway.
Yeah.
Population 25 nice people and one old grump. Okay. And one old grump, we know who that is. It's the guy who's in charge of the chickens. The chicken plucker. Chicken Creek. Chicken Creek is all dried up. All dried up. There he is. Chicken Alaska, the chicken center. This is a dredge. So we would sit in the stream and just keep filtering the water through, sifting it out, and different layers of screening and stuff like that to get the gold. And we'd just sit there and run like 24 hours a day. The one article I was just reading a little bit ago talks about running 24 hours a day for 2 weeks. They would come out with $40,000 worth of gold, which I guess was lots and lots of money back in the early 1900s. Now some of these places are still going. They're called placer mines. Big corporations own them. It's not the little guy anymore at all. And this is right beside our campground we camped at last night. We pulled in after driving the top of the world highway. Yeah, just walk a little bit closer to the dredge. Okay. Big piece of equipment.
1980.
1980?
80.
Really?
Yeah.
Holy
And it's a typical Alaskan trapper's cabin. It's real small because it can get till 80 below in this area. So if you want to keep warm, you don't want a huge house. You just want as small as possible.
Wow.
So that was his wood shed, his cache. And his outhouse, so we still have outhouse today. And in the wintertime we have styrofoam seat, otherwise your butt will stick. And it does. We can feel the doorknob how cold it is. We have a metal doorknob, and if your hand sticks, you know it's cold. Yeah. And the old time it was terrible pipe. You know, they put it behind the stove and when you go out And the way to store food, you can dig a hole in the ground because there's sprinkler pots right underneath. So you can make your own refrigerator or freezer right here in the ground. And that's the way how people store their food. And in the winter we have one big freezer outside, so our freezers are outside and we don't have to worry about it. There's no bears that can open it up in the winter too, so that's true.
Here's the backside.
Bottom of the shoe off, and then
Yeah.
you can use that to put over anything else, like our tennis shoe or something like that.
Yeah.
There's a woodshed right here.
Lived in until 1980.
80. The man here. Yes.
It's the best preserved cabin on the property, and the dredge company used it as a guest house.
Harry.
Stove and an oil stove, because when it gets real cold, your fuel gels up, and then it won't flow anymore, so your stove goes out. The propane does the same, it will gel up. So we also have the wood stove as a backup, so you can stay warm. And the oil stove is nice because you can leave for a couple of days, come back, and the house is still warm. Yeah, the wood stove, it's yeah.
How cold does it have to get before the oil gels up?
I think 65 below something like that. Yeah. This was a horse barn for Mr. Strong who brought in the mail. He had 15 horses on the wheels for his mail service.
Very dependent. Okay, this was the hay barn. Okay, and he had 15 horses because he had the horses for the
Watch that
mail
stick
route.
there. Like walking into a hardware.
Oh, so this was stuff like this for the generator then. So it was still being used in 1967.
Chicken Creek Hotel. It had a second floor on it, but it was really too much to use as a big building.
This was the
And it
school
was
built
only
in
used for
1906.
Schoolhouse for 1 year when she was
It was only used for 1 year?
It's a machine shop. It was used up till 1967. Everything in there that was
Start walking back.
been using.
I don't know
Yeah.
which
We got one more.
This was
There
a
used to-
roadhouse.
The roadhouse, yeah.
Okay.
There used to be a bunkhouse right there. That's still where the people stayed at the roadhouse. There was, every 20 miles there was a roadhouse. Because that was as far as men and horse could travel in a day. And then they needed food and water. So there were a lot of roadhouses in this area. Because it was the only way people could get around without road. Wanted something, she would open up and then they would write down what they took out of the store. And gold miners don't have.
Okay, this is what permafrost does. The whole middle of this floor. There's at least a 2-foot difference in the middle of the floor compared to where it's sunk. Because there's no insulation under it. And when it swells up, the wood stays up. And this was the home of the guy that had this store here. Frank something or other, I forget his name. Okay, see there's the old sod roof. And then when the company bought it from the guy, the mining company, they put the tin roof on here. Yeah. Oh,
You can talk a little bit louder, Ginger.
they can hear me.
You can't well with the light.
There it is. The top of the world highway there, the one we came in on last night.
You want me to go down and pick?
No, I'll walk down there with you. And we come on down, and there's our rigs at the campground. And we just finished up with the tour. So we're going to come on up the little road here and go over to the little town of Chicken Mercantile. Chicken Saloon. 3 buildings in the whole town. And there's the cafe. Yeah.
Chicken Creek Cafe and Chicken Creek Saloon.
And the chicken liquor store.
Chicken liquor store.
And the mercantile. The chicken coop, the restrooms. Is that not great? That is great. Everybody crazy, huh? Neat, look at this. Okay, traveling down the road, heading towards Tetlin and then over to Tok. Beautiful day. Here we go.
Alaska welcomes you.
Ah, okay. Tok. Rain Street, Alaska welcomes you. Have a great stay. It's a great land. Tok Dog Mushers Association. All right. Mush those dogs. Mush, mush. Mush, mush. Here we are, heading out of Tok. I believe it's the morning of the 27th. Mr. Happ's checking his watch.
I have the 26th.
26th, one of those days. And it's raining hard, been raining most of the night. We had a nice sunny day coming in, but we brought the rain with us. Here we are in the rain again. And we're on the last stretch of the Alaskan Highway because we will be pulling into Delta Junction shortly, and that is where the Alaskan Highway ends. From there, we pick up another highway and head on to Fairbanks. Well, first we're going to stop at the North Pole. Delta Junction. That will be the end of the Alaskan Highway coming up, which should be mile marker 1422. And we done drove it all. Crossroads of Alaska, mile 1492, end of the Alaskan Highway. There it is. Little wet and rainy today. Delta Junction, Alaska. And it just tells about the work and stuff, and we've pretty much gone over all that earlier. Okay, around here.
There's the 3 different pipelines. The 1 inch, the 2 inch, and the 3 inch. And that's the pig.
Runs through there to see if there's any problems, huh? We'll learn more about this on the road.
Yep.
There we go.
And this here is the telegraph office, established in 1905. We'll take you inside and see if we can see inside. And hopefully we're going to have enough light in here to see. And this was the office, and in the back room back there, we'll take a look at that. That was the living quarters. Over here in 1962, it was used by the Air Force Communications Center. And now we're at the other end of the building, which is living quarters. And this is where we just had lunch at. We traveled over here. Ginger's got more information on this right here. And we had lunch there, and good lunch. Now this is actually a trading post that was reconstructed from 1909. And there's other buildings in this complex, and we're going to go take a tour of them. And we're standing alongside of the telegraph office, and this is the big lake, which I do not know the name of. But there is a flyer down here. We're going to go take a look at the flyer. And here's another little building alongside of the telegraph office. Now this is Corporal Ralph Mitchell's living quarters. And this was built in 1920s. Womcats. These buildings are the remains of the Army telegraph station that was first constructed here in 1905. The post once considered the 3 buildings used as a soldier's residence and the telegraph station, and behind these buildings a stable for horses needed to travel up and down the telegraph route. And we're on the river again, looking upriver here. And here's an old riverboat. And here's a bunch of animals that are out and back. So I thought I'd bunch over here and take a look at some of them. Don't ask me what they are. Don't have the slightest idea. I know the one that's making all the noise though. Happens to be right there. And we have a peacock. I know what that one is. Also, there's a picture of the roadhouse alongside the river that I don't know too much about. Ginger isn't here to read with me, so I guess we'll add it to the film later. This was one of the original. This is an original, back to the 1901, I believe. Really beautiful inside too. This belonged to one of a lady who used to live right here. Had a 2-story house. The house burnt down. She was crippled because she had 2 busted hips and just had surgery on them. And she was on the 2nd floor. The house started on fire. She got out of her wheelchair, crawled down to the 1st floor, crawled outside. It was 47 degrees below zero at the time, and she survived it. She crawled outside, stayed close to the fire as it was burning so that she wouldn't freeze to death. And she only had one hand had frostbite on it, on fingers, and frostbite on her toes, and she survived, and she was 87 years old.
There we go. Ah. And outhouses. Gotta have the outhouses. Here we are, still at the roadhouse. Wandering around in the sprinkles. Yeah, look at this. The other side of the house. Beautiful.
Big one.
The bridge, the pipeline. There's the road I believe we're probably going to go over right there. And the road heading up. And a moving river. Those are gardens, because she always had gardens and everything here. Lots of good veggies.
The Alaskan pipeline, right there, all right.
Right back there is where we just left. Just down the river a little bit. Little bit down the river. Over the bridge we go. We're heading to the North Pole. North Pole, Alaska. Suburb of Fairbanks. Not only do we have the pretty fireweed flowers, now we have white ones and then a lighter colored pink.
We got a little whoopie-doo.
All along the edge of the road. Both sides, pretty. Going through some whoop-de-doos, Gary calls them. Those are called frost heaves, bumps, ripples.
Frost heaves.
Yes. On the road to the North Pole. North Pole, City Limits.
Here, let me see. North Pole, 1 mile.
Somebody behind me.
Okay.
Okay, and the sign, Santa Claus house.
Now, just as we walked up here at, this is Santa's Village, up here at North Pole, Alaska. This guy just sat down to rest because he was busy scratching off the fuzz off of his antlers. What a hairdo, huh? Wow. We'll come back when he's standing up, walking around, and take some more.
And guess where we are? I thought you'd never guess. We're at the North Pole. And there's Ginger Lee standing out there. And this is one of Santa's shops. So we're going to go in and see what we can see. And these reindeer are kept right out here.
Get that thing fixed, but this is an old theater and they got that old water cooling system.
Here's
Guy,
Cinderella.
he's been here about
This is ice sculpture.
6 times already trying to get that thing running right. Oh, but he got it hooked up. So it's running.
Cinderella to the ice
Hold on to
sculptures.
these now. I did these 14 days ago. We had to, get the ice off and we had to store it on wrapped in visqueen underneath sawdust out at the ice park. And the blocks are so big, we load them onto the trailer, I cut them into thirds, and then we pick them up with the forklift to put them on the cart, and then we strap it to the cart, roll them down here to get them through the door. And once I get them inside, we stack them all up until I start working on them. And then the longest and hardest part is getting the blocks in place. Trying to get everything so I can start working with it.
Do you actually do the work right in there?
Yeah, I work right inside. And
What's the
it
temperature
took me 10 days to do this scene here.
10 days?
Yeah, by myself.
What's the temperature in there?
20 bucks. So come on in, you can
Okay, we're inside of here now. It's cold in here. Look at this. Yeah, it is. It's cold. The big mouse back there.
I've been carbonized.
I see his white mustache. I'm not quite sure how this is going to turn out. There we go. Okay, that's better.
I
Okay.
got up here, did a block in 85.
Are you going to try that one too? Okay.
87.
Oh, this is like a little city park called Pioneer RV or Alaska Land. They have a lot of log cabin buildings that were brought in here from the city.
Restaurant open from 5 p.m. until 9 p.m. daily.
Look at the moose things. The little swings. Beautiful playground.
One day rolls into the next. Voices of the Gold Dredge crew can barely be heard above the noise of the Iron Giant, scooping yellow gold from Goldstream Creek. Those days seemed long ago, but the Gold Dredge has weathered well and holds many tales just waiting to be told. Her history is fascinating, so we will go back in time to tell the story of Gold Rush days in Alaska and how the Gold Dredge changed mining history. The year is 1949, and Fairbanks has long past its infancy as a temporary boom town. Having survived good and bad times, Fairbanks now has a population of 5,700 people. It was also the center of mining activity in Alaska. Most of the gold in the interior was buried in gravel beneath layers of frozen soil, commonly called overburden or muck. This necessitated digging a shaft down through the overburden and gravel to bedrock. Then the miners tunneled out from the shaft, removing gravel with a large bucket, which deposited the material onto a pile at the top end of the sluice box. The method is called drift mining. But the heyday of drift mining soon passed in the Fairbanks area. There had been profit, but the effort often required more resources than a small operation could afford. Entered the U.S. Smelting, Mining, and Refining Company, known locally as the FE Gold Mining Company. The company began an ambitious mining project that lasted nearly 30 years. The FE company provided a major source of employment for Alaskans for years to follow. Placer mining, the type of gold mining done in the interior, is simply the process of obtaining the metal by running water through the ore-bearing gravel to separate gravel and sand from gold, with the final sifting done by panning. The FE company knew they would need enormous amounts of water to be successful in their upcoming venture. A man named J.M. Davidson had an idea how to divert water from the Chattanooga River over 90 miles away to where it was needed in the valleys and hills surrounding Fairbanks. His idea became the Davidson Ditch, a major engineering feat foreshadowing the Trans-Alaska Oil Pipeline. Construction took 5 years but was essential for the FE company's operations. Before gold-bearing gravel can be dredged, the muck had to be removed. It varied from a few feet up to 200 feet in depth. In the process of tearing the land away with the high-pressured water, the ghosts of early drift miners were uncovered. Water would burst out at pressures of up to 60 to 100 pounds per square inch. It was not uncommon to uncover fossils of muskox, camels, mammoths, and mastodons. These were moved quickly to the safety of museums and collectors. Unthawing this muck was a tedious job. One nozzle would operate for about 2 hours, removing only a few inches of thawed muck. The operator would move on to work other nozzles, and 24 hours later, come back to the first hole to wash away 3 or 4 inches of newly thawed muck. As many as 48 of these hydraulic giants were set up to strip away 30 or 40 acres of land that a single dredge would mine in a season. Prospecting often indicated that gold-bearing rock was lower down. It was often necessary to remove a top layer of gravel. This was accomplished by scrapers by a monolithic drag line. In 1949, this drag line was the largest in the state. Its massive bucket could hold 12 cubic yards, about 40,000 pounds of material in one bite. The final step in preparing an area for dredging was thawing the gravel. This too was done with water. Metal points were driven through gravel to bedrock. Water was forced through the hollow points, slowly thawing the ground. Driving the points by hand was a tiring process. Repeatedly dropping a 24-pound hammer, a man could drive down through about 1 foot of frozen gravel in one day. To expedite the process, a miner worked 30 to 60 points at one time, moving through all the points before returning to drive a few inches deeper at the first point. Using 10-foot sections of pipe, hand-driving methods could thaw down to 60 feet. Finally, in 1945, a point-driving machine was developed, which would drive the point all the way to bedrock without waiting for the ground to thaw. It took just as long by hand, but saved considerable wear and tear on the men. Thawing the gravel before dredging made Alaskan operations unique, not to mention time-consuming. In fact, from the first surveying to the first bar of gold could take up to 7 years of persistent hard work. Next to water, electricity was crucial to the dredging operation. The FE company built their own power plant to provide that electricity. Later, the plant was purchased by the Golden Valley Electric Association to provide electricity for its members. Today, Fairbanks still gets its electricity from that same company. Electricity provided power for the pumps, the point machines, and most importantly, the dredges. Poles supporting power lines floated on rafts in order to reach the dredges, which were in the middle of a pond. By 1949, there were 5 dredges operating within a 30-mile radius of Fairbanks. Once in operation, the dredges were perpetual motion machines. Piles of tailings were common around Fairbanks. They were formed by the dredges extracting the valuable yellow ore from gravel. The size of the dredge is determined by its bucket. For instance, a 6-foot bucket was a 6-foot dredge. It could swallow up to 6,000 yards of gravel in 24 hours. The dredge would pivot on a shaft called a spud. It's one contact point with solid bedrock. The dredge would pivot from one side to the other, taking in gold-rich gravel on one end and spilling out tailings and water used to wash the gravel on the other end. Camps were built to house and feed the crews. Stories of these hard-working men became part of the rich fabric of fact and fiction of life in the North. All the men had high hopes of becoming rich. Though the dredge operated around the clock, they were shut down every 2 weeks for cleanup. This meant removing the gold. This event was tightly scheduled and lasted no more than 4 hours. By the time the gold-bearing sand reached the riffles, all larger pieces of gravel had been washed away. The top riffle contained mercury traps. As the sand washed over the riffle, the mercury and solid gold formed an amalgam, or mixture of the two elements. The riffles were then removed and practice strokes with a paddle separated the remaining material into 3 parts. A residue of black sand was stored for later reworking. The amalgam was collected in a gold pan, washed and stored in strong boxes, and taken to town. The amalgam was placed into a combination melting furnace. Not a speck was left out or wasted. The furnace was tightly closed, so no deadly fumes escaped. The first stage of heating separated the mercury from the gold. The gaseous mercury was condensed to liquid form and covered for reuse. Once the mercury had been removed, the temperature was increased to 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Slag rose to the top and was poured off first. This slag contained impurities. Then the gold. Pure liquid gold was poured into brick-shaped molds. The brick, when cooled, weighed about 1,000 ounces, worth nearly $500,000 by today's prices. Each brick was cleaned, weighed, stamped, and tested for purity, then sent by first-class registered mail to the mint in San Francisco at an unbelievably low price of $35 an ounce. Between the years of 1928 and 1964, $125 million worth of gold was recovered from the dredges. By now, summer is over and winter approaches, shutting the dredge down after only 8 months of dredging. By September, the dredge ponds begin to freeze over. Once shut down, there is still work to do, but the miners have time to rest and dream of next year and the possibility of finally striking it rich in Alaska.
Okay, this is the dredge here.
First strike gold in Fairbanks, July 22nd, 1902. Felix Pedro struck gold on Pedro Creek, which is about 5 miles north of us. You can actually go up the East Highway, go to the Pedro Warrior, you're dead real quickly. And that happened more than once. People came in contact with those lines. And the machine's basically plugged in. They plugged that core into the back of the machine, they floated on the raft behind the dredge, and they add lines to 8-inch cores. And the guys that were in charge of the electricity were called pole cats. They were in charge of the lines and lengthening the lines. Once they got power, they turned to water. They had a huge demand for water. Number 8 by itself needed 9,000 gallons of water per minute in order to wash gold. It ran 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It didn't consume 9,000 gallons. They pumped water out of the pond. You'll see the pumps on board. It would wash the gold, it would fall back into the pond through these two troughs on the rear of the machine back into the pond. So it's in a constant cycle. They lost a lot to evaporation. They had to keep the pond at a steady level, and they needed millions of gallons of water for preparation. And they couldn't rely on the creeks. If we get no rainfall, no snowfall, the creeks dry up. Front page of the paper today, Fairbanks paper, is Chena River's the lowest point it's been basically ever, because we've had no rain this summer and low snowfall, so the Chena River's drying up. Now, if the creeks dry up, you got no water. There's lots of water 90 miles northwest of the Chattanooga River, so they built a big ditch tapping the Chattanooga River called the Davison Ditch. It was a 90-mile series of open trenches and siphons to ports in San Francisco, California. It came up here to Alaska in pieces. It went by barge from San Francisco to Seward, went by Alaska Railroad, Seward to Fairbanks, and went by Narrow Gauge Canada Valley Railroad from Fairbanks north. They built spur lines off that main narrow gauge line up to the starting point.
Built by Bethlehem Steel.
For the machine, with the whole crew of guys, and they put it together on the spot. A team of riveters came with the machine from the shipyard, and they put the hull together first. They built the superstructure, and they added machinery from the bottom up until it's completely assembled. They open up the ditch, fill the pond with water, thing close to the surface. They plug it in and start dredging. So it's a big barge floating on a pond. We got no engine on board this thing to run to move it. So to move, we had to use cables. Shore crew would bury big dead weights in the gravel bed in front of the machine on either side that had cables attached to them that ran to winches on board. So to move forward, all we do is pull a lever on board. They would reel in the cable, and the whole machine just be pulled forward in the face of the water. So it's being pulled forward on cables. The term we use these two big vertical beams in the back. Those two beams sticking up the rear of the dredge called the spud beams. Now, on the bottom of each one of those is a point called a spud. There's a spud out in the parking lot, just to the left of the exit gate when you leave. Just sitting in the parking lot, looks like a missile standing on there ready to take off. That's a spud. So there's one spud on the bottom of each of those beams. To turn, if you want to turn to your left, the winchman would just release a brake on board. That whole beam would sink down through its guide, and the spud would sink into the bottom of the pond. And to turn, you just engage the cables, reel them in on the opposite. So if you want to turn to your left, you'd sink your left-hand spud, reel the cables in on the right side of the machine. The whole thing would just swing to the side on a pivot. If you want to turn back to your right, sink your right-hand spud, reel the cables on the left, and it would swing back to the right. So it kind of took steps. They'd sink a spud, turn, step over, sink the other spud, and turn back. So it walked along the bottom of the pond on bedrock. And the water went right with the machine. They only had to dig one hole, and they put it together. And wherever the machine goes, the water goes right with it. We're digging away in the front of the pond and filling in behind it. So wherever the thing turned, the water just went right with it when it has an 8-inch course. The dredge does three things. We got a gravel bed that digs up, a bucket line that digs up gravel in the front of the machine. We got a screen that swallows the gold to the sea side. and then we got a stacker that eliminates the waste. And that's what this big tube is in the back of the machine. It's called the stacker conveyor. It's just a conveyor belt encased in galvanized sheet metal. And the waste just comes through the machine, hits the conveyor belt, goes up the line, falls into tailing piles behind it. That's what's left over, is the tailing pile. So the whole stacker can move up and down. You can see the cable system on top. They start low and raise that cable as they went. This machine could lay a 28-foot tailing pile behind it. They start low and raise that thing as they went. And all the water was pumped into the machine in the front, used to wash the gold, and all the water flowed out these two troughs in the back. They're called the tail sluices. Does anybody have any questions about anything before we go on board?
So this is all gravel here?
It's all leftover gravel.
Has the state or anybody?
Removable lip. The lip took the brunt of the force. It's a lot cheaper to replace the lip than it was to replace the whole bucket. So we had removable lips. Now we got two different designs. The bucket on the far left, you can see the rivets holding that lip on. That's how we started out in the early years. A little bit later, they designed a lip with a bolt system. It was a lot easier and quicker to change bolts than it was to pop rivets out and put new ones back in.
Great.
It's the only thing that ever changed on the machine.
Look at the buckets, that's where they're coming up. That's what we were just looking at, and that's what he was just talking about.
Okay, this is the control room. It's also called the winch room. And the guy in control up here is called the winch man. There's one guy in control of the whole machine. Does it all from right here. One guy, like the bridge of the ship. Now, this guy's called the winch man, and it's called the winch room for one simple reason. Every single part of this machine is controlled by winches. You can look down through the grates through the transmission. Every moving part of the machine is controlled either by pulling the cable in, letting it out, or stopping it. Speed, 22 buckets per minute, dumping into a hopper. This machine could eat up 6,000 yards of gravel in one day. That's how they made their money, by moving yardage. The whole line can move up and down. There's a depth gauge on the whiteboard directly in front of me. It goes from 0 to 35. Now obviously this structure, the ladder is longer than 35 feet. The 35 feet means we could dig 35 feet below the surface of the water to hit bedrock. And the bucket line is like a giant chainsaw blade. The buckets are all, they're all pinned together, and they're all on a roller system. The bucket just comes up from underneath, digs into the side of the pond, grabs a little gravel, brings it up, and dumps it in the hopper and goes back in a constant cycle. About 22 per minute top speed. The whole line can move up and down at maximum depth, 35 feet. We're at about a 45-degree angle, and the line's pointing straight down. The main job of the winchman here is to actually make sure that they're scraping bedrock. If we're missing bedrock even by a fraction of an inch, you're losing all the gold that you're looking for. The gold is going to be concentrated on bedrock. So when they hit bedrock, it actually sit for a while and scrape into bedrock. The bedrock's a real soft substance. It's not a hard granite shelf or anything. It's a kind of a schist that's kind of soft. So they actually dig in the bedrock, and they knew they were hitting bedrock because they bring it up in the buckets. So they could tell what they're picking up. And they could also feel it. So the machine can only cut 35 feet below the surface of the water. If you got more than 35 feet of gravel in front of us, you're not going to be able to hit bedrock, and you're going to lose gold. So what they had to do is to pare the ground directly in front of the machine. After we had 45 feet of gravel in front of us, the short crew would scrape off 10 feet of gravel, so we had 35-foot surface. So we always had 35 feet of gravel to work with. That's the only way you can ensure they hit bedrock. And the winchman would cut crescents out of the pond. When we're digging, we always have a spud sump for stability. If you got no spud sump, and you're digging, the whole thing will just flop back and forth. The machine will fly around over the surface of the water. You always have a spud sump for stability. So they'd start high here on the surface. You'd have your left-hand spud sump, and as you lower that digging ladder, you pull in the cables on the left-hand side, so the whole thing kind of swings over until you hit bedrock. Then you'd scrape bedrock, and while he's scraping, he'd step over, which meant he raises up his one spud, lower the other one, and then he'd raise the line up and swing the thing back to the right. So he's cutting a crescent, staying down the line. The winchman never wanted an empty bucket coming up the line. And the dredge master is kind of the overseer of this whole operation. I had 8 dredges, 8 dredge master. If the dredge master saw empty buckets, you can get all bent out of shape. They wanted a full bucket coming up every single time. They basically wanted to turn this machine on in late March and turn it off in late November. They wanted to shut down only for cleanup and any repairs that were necessary. Every single minute that they're down, they're losing money. You're losing 22 buckets you can never make up for. Again, all the money's right in front of us, the only way to get it is keep the machine moving. The dredge masters were pretty hard on us. Okay, so the winch man is keeping an eye, making sure that we're bringing out full buckets and making sure that we're hitting bedrock. He's also watching the back wall. We got a signal bell back there. In operation, this machine's deafening. You can't hear anything. You can shut as loud as you want to, and nobody will understand what you're saying 2 feet away from you. So the only way to communicate is with bells. And there's a whole list of signals up behind it, bells and whistles and sirens for communication. Basically, one of anything meant shut down. There's a kill switch up here. One of these levers cut power and everything was turned off and stopped it on the spot. And to the left of that signal bell is our level. The upside down cross is the level. The winchman kept a close eye on that. If the machine's not level, you're losing gold. And we'll see why downstairs. We had to keep a close eye on that level. You can see by the level that we're tilted towards the port side. You can kind of feel it also. But the machine is tilted towards the front corner over here. We shut down in 1959. Last day of work, the winchman turned off the bucket line, raised the ladder, set it down on the edge of the pond, and they turned it off and just walked away from it. The machines were sealed up and kind of battened down like a ship in dry dock. They were all for sale after they shut down, but there's no buyers for them. There's a price of $500,000, $500,000. In 1959 was a lot of money. And there was no buyers. There's really nothing to do with it. They shut down for economic reasons. I'll talk about that. So the only thing to do if you bought it was to move it somewhere else where you had different conditions. So they pretty much just abandoned them after a few years. They let the guards go and just left them. They're in the middle of nowhere. People came on and stripped them, vandalized them, took anything they could, stole anything they could steal. Somebody actually stole all the buckets off this machine. They took all 68 buckets. These have all been put back on. They're replacements. And then we got bullet holes. You guys have been traveling around Alaska, especially Fairbanks, there's lots of bullet holes and everything. People like shooting stuff up. So there's bullet holes in the electrical box behind these guys here. And there's somebody had a new rifle and some armor-piercing bullets and shot through the whole hull trying to sink the machine. So they shot through the whole hull. So the hull's about 3/4 full of water, and the bucket line is holding us up. So we're tilted towards this thing. It was bought in the late 80s. A guy actually bought the whole FE company. There was no such thing, there's no FE company in existence at that time. I'm not sure how he sold this whole deal, but he bought this property, this machine, and he bought the complete spare parts inventory and the machine shop downtown. And then he had this machine declared a historical landmark. It was basically a rusted up piece of junk. There's nothing left of it. It was declared a historical landmark, so he got money from the federal government to put it back together with the original spare parts. So it's been restored pretty much. If you want to see another dredge, you dig it in the gravel, and they're dumping their load into the hopper. This black box behind me here is the hopper. It's just an enclosed space to keep the gravel all together. We've got a water pipe going in there. The buckets are sprayed by a high pressure jet as they drop their load of gravel, so it'll be empty and be able to pick up a full load next time they go down. So we're coming up, the gravel's falling in the hopper, it falls down through the hopper into the trommel screen. And that's what's below us. If you look down and see the trommel screen, it's a huge cylinder. It's 35 feet long, starts high, slopes towards the back of the dredge, and this whole thing rotates. It's got about 6 foot diameter. It rotated real slowly, about 12.5 revolutions per minute. The screen's cut away in the top section here, so we see the water pipe and the high pressure jets. They pump 9,000 gallons a minute through that pipe. So what this is doing is breaking the material up. As it rotates and the water breaks the material up, it allows the gold to separate from the gravel material. And then you can see we've got holes in the screen, holes in the trommel. We've got about 1/4 inch on top, and they get bigger as we go towards the rear, down to about 1.5 inches towards the end of the screen. So as this thing rotates and the water breaks everything up, the heavy gold breaks free and falls through the holes into the gold saving tables below us. The waste just keeps on going down the line. Gravity pulls it towards the back, it hits the conveyor belt, goes up inside the stacker, and the tailing piles behind us. So we've got a constant flow of material coming through here, and the thing's rotating and water breaking everything up, and small material falls through the holes. And the waste just keeps on going right out the back. The tailing pile's got gold in it. 3% loss, but you can look at the system and you tell me what is being lost by the machine, what's not picking up. Anything bigger than 1.5 inches. Nothing bigger than that hole is collected by the machine. That's just the way it is with dredging. There's no way to make a machine pick up nuggets. First of all, the ground we're working had already been mined by drift miners. For the most part, we're working abandoned claims and working ground with such low concentrations that they couldn't make a profit on it. And if you couldn't make a profit, generally meant that it's small bits of gold. So This giant machine was basically built to pick up powder. Powder up to little bits. They didn't come across a lot of nuggets. If they did come across a piece of virgin ground, anything bigger than an inch and a half ends up in the holes. The reason being, the size of that hole in the back of the trommel screen determines the whole size of the machine. As that hole gets bigger, the amount of waste you pick up increases to a point where it's just impossible to build a machine to deal with it. You pick up so much waste with a bigger hole that you can't wash the gold out of it, and everything just falls right back into the pond. So every single tailing pile you see in Fairbanks, and they're all over the place. You basically look on the side of the road anywhere north of town, and you see a tailing pile. They all got gold in them. They've been picked over for 50 to 80 years. So anything big's been picked off. Anything that was missed has just worked its way all the way down the bottom of the pile. The only way to get to it is to run it through a sluice, run the whole tailing pile. And the cash value of that pile, like we talked about this inside, is not the gold content, it's the gravel content. That's pre-dug, pre-washed gravel. All you gotta do is run it through a sorter and sell it off. Is the cable that moves the stacker up and down. And the winchman couldn't see this, so the rear deckhand was in charge of raising and lowering the stack. So we got small motors controlling different parts of the machine. Okay, now I'm going to get ahead of you guys, and we're going to go downstairs and go the stacker.
The Dredge Master's control room. Wow. Okay, now we're going to go over here.
And up inside the stacker, and I'll meet you around the corner at the post it. So we get ahead of you.
And there's where it comes through. It comes all the way out. Man.
It's a lot bigger down here.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. There's where we're at, just up there.
Pictures here, it's pretty cool.
Look at that. Okay, this is where it's going back out. And it's all done going through there. Okay, now we're on the other side of the tube where the straining thing is at. Looking through that tube goes up. Bethlehem Steel is the manufacturer of this.
And then all the moving parts and the machines were built by different contractors, and sent to the factory, so they could fit together. And everything didn't fit. Bethlehem wasn't very popular with that company. The first 3 dredges were all built at the same time, and they came out here in parts. When the parts got here, they had all the right parts, but nothing matched. So it's like getting a model and a piece of don't match. So they had to spend a lot of time. They had unfair holes. None of the holes matched up. So there were lots of letters flying back and forth between Effie and Bethlehem. So the next 5 that they built, Bethlehem had to actually manufacture them and on the spot, put it together, and then inspect it. The Effie would inspect it and take it apart and send it back and send it out. So if they lost, Bethlehem lost all their profit in doing that, but Effie wasn't going to order anything. There was other guys making dredges. This guy asked about safety upstairs. This is a giant floating factory. And any factory is dangerous. So there was never any fatalities on board a dredge. 30 plus years, nobody ever died on board. There's 6 fatalities within the company. It was all outside in the ground preparation work that guys died. It's a nasty place to work. Any kind of factory is kind of nasty. When I was a young man, I worked in the fish canneries down south. That's where I first came to Alaska, and that was just horrible. Any kind of factory is just not a lot of fun. The first thing you deal with is a noise. It's deafening. You can't hear anything on board. Anybody who worked on board for more than a few years is completely deaf. All they had was cotton to put in their ears. And we're soaking wet. We got water flying everywhere. All the water would condense on the ceiling and just fall down. So you're constantly being rained on. It doesn't matter how hot or cold it is, you're getting wet. And in cold weather, they would fire up a big furnace. There's a huge stack right here. There's a giant coal-fired furnace inside the hull, and they would heat up water in a steam plant and produce live steam. If it's 40 below outside, the machine, as long as the water's open, the machine's going to keep going. If it's 40 below outside, it's 40 below on board. There's no way to heat the air in this thing. The heat was for the machinery. At a certain point below zero, I'm not sure what it would have been. Probably about 25, 30 below is when things start going wrong. The grease would just freeze and nothing would move. So they had to vent live steam onto the machinery to keep it warm. So in cold weather, you're blind, you're soaking wet, and you got live steam everywhere in the air. You can't see anything. And that steam would condense, fall to the ground, and freeze to the deck. So you're skating on a thing, you're skating on ice, and blind, deaf, and soaking wet. So it's pretty amazing nobody ever died. Okay, let me step in front of you here.
Amazing,
You guys
for
wait up here.
sure.
Okay, this is where the gold's caught. These are the gold saving tables. It's also called the cleanup room. It's just a series of sluice boxes lined up next to each other, all sloping towards the outside wall. And then we got 4 long sluices going underneath your feet, right out the back of the dredge. Get the mirror set up on the other side of the trommel screen, going towards your other outside wall. This is why we had to stay level. If we're off balance, everything's going to come out of that trommel screen into one trough and just wash away. We had to be level so that gravity would evenly set the material into each of these troughs and be able to collect the gold. If we're off kilter, it's all going to wash into one and just wash right out the back of the machine. So we've got the trommel screens. The case is cut way behind us so we can see the screen. Material falls out of that trommel, it collects in the bins on the center of the room. Now these bins would actually be divided in operation. There's a big divider that ran right down there, so half material would fall on this side and half would fall on the other side and go towards down the other tables. We got water flowing out of the trommel screen, pushing material into the troughs. Each trough has an adjustable water jet, pushing everything towards the outside wall. And then we got 3-step collection with the plus. The plus is this open hole right here, this open square in the quarters of jig. If you're calling from upstairs, the smallest holes are at the top of the trommel screen, so right behind us here is the smallest holes. So the fine material would fall through that, and that would flow into the jig. And the jig's just a different way to collect gold. It just shakes everything down, and the gold's caught in a trap inside there, and the waste flows through a sluice box underneath of us. The jig is an extra step. It's pretty efficient at collecting real fine stuff. And it also had a dual purpose, and the dual purpose was shaking the whole room. This whole room is one big piece of sheet metal, and the jig shook the whole thing back and forth. Just like if you go panning for gold, if you guys got tickets down there, if you panned before, the way to settle the gold is shake the pans. This jig shook the whole room back and forth. All the gold is settled. Then we got 3-step collection. The first step is a rubber mat here with a hole in it. These are the mercury traps, and these mercury traps would line the head of each trough, about 3 in a row. So there'd be 1, 2, 3 sets of mercury traps. The guy who was called the panner was in charge of this room. He'd come in here every morning, turn off the water supply in his pipe, and walk through here with the bucket and ladle and pour liquid mercury into all those holes and fill them up. They put down fresh mercury every single day at the beginning of first shift. He'd turn the water supply back on. That would wash over the mercury traps and push the mercury into the first set of riffles here. And once there's mercury inside, these riffles are called charged. You got charged riffles and regular riffles. And it's designed this way just to allow even flow. If you came through here with a ladle just poured mercury in the riffles, it would just all clump in the big pools into one spot. So it's set up in these little holes, and then you push it out, and it would set evenly in the first set, in the set of charged riffles. The mercury is like a magnet for gold. As the material falls out of the trommel screen, it's a mixture. The screen is non-discriminate. It discriminates only by size. So anything smaller than those holes falls through. So we got gold mixed with dirt and mud and sand and silt and black sand and sand all mixed together. As that stuff flows over the charged riffles, the mercury and the gold just stick together. They got an undeniable attraction. You can't break it. The gold and the mercury amalgamate, and the waste just keeps on flowing down the line. It's just like running a magnet over a set of iron shavings and sand. The magnet picks up the iron, sand stays put. Same thing in reverse. We got dirt and gold flowing over mercury, the mercury and gold stick together, and the dirt keeps flowing. It's extremely. Is anybody a chemist in here? I'm looking for a metallurgist at some point. But it's an extremely strong attraction. I'll just give you a real quick slide. We're already over time anyways. Anybody in a big hurry to get going?
No.
I had a lady in here a couple weeks ago. She's a public health nurse in the villages. So she goes into remote villages and does public health. And she's got a patient who had mercury poisoning with a pretty extreme amount. It's actually so concentrated so she shouldn't actually be alive. She has so much mercury in her that she should have died, but she's, I guess, become immune to it. I don't know what happened. She's an older lady in her 60s. She got it somehow when she was a child, probably ingesting some fish or just drinking water that was stream that had some mercury in it. So she got it in her system. She knew she was sick her whole life. She didn't know what was wrong with her. And there wasn't a lot of support when she was a child. So when she was a young woman, she went to Anchorage, an acupuncturist, to try and get some relief from this pain that she had. So the acupuncturist stuck her with needles. Guess what kind of needles he stuck in? Gold. Stuck gold needles in her. It released all the mercury out of her system into her joints. And if that's all her joints are seized up. So even within the human body, the mercury and the gold are just attracted to each other. It's an undeniable attraction. So now they've replaced all of her joints. So they pulled it out of her brain, but they pulled it all in their concentrations in her joints. So the mercury and the gold amalgamate. The mercury only amalgamates pure gold. It's no impurities. If it has impurities or tarnish, the mercury won't amalgamate it. So anything that's impure or tarnished would flow over the charged riffles and just be caught in a succession of uncharged riffles. A riffle is just an obstruction in a sluice box. As the gold flows over here, the weight sinks it down to the bottom of the trough, and it gets trapped against this edge. The water pushes everything else over and all the way out the back. And we got riffles line the box all the way down, and the sluices all the way out the back. And they get finer as they go. We got coarser ones with bigger spaces towards the top, and they get finer as we go down. So it's just a redundant system. Riffle after riffle collects the material to the waste, flows out the back. And the third step is cocoa mats. This mat here is a real coarse weave of coconut fiber. And these mats are to catch black sand. The black sand is a mixture of two minerals, magnetite and hematite. And the black sand itself is almost as heavy as gold. Basically, in Fairbanks, if you find black sand, you're going to find gold. If you find gold, you're going to find black sand. So when we go painting down here, those of you who are painting, when you're all done, you're going to have your pan black sand and gold left over. The black sand is almost a powder. It's a real fine material itself. And there's always gold mixed in with it. Microscopic gold. You can't even see it with your naked eyes. Tiny, tiny points. The only way to see it is collect enough of it that it collects together. This material is so fine it flows underneath the riffles. The riffles can't catch it. The cocoa mats would line the troughs at the bottom of each trough as it fell off into the lateral troughs. So the water's pushing everything over these cocoa mats. As there's water flowing over them, the fibers expand. And as the black sand flows over, it just gets stuck in between the fibers and it can't go anywhere. So the cocoa mats just trap the black sand and gold. There's a minuscule amount of gold in there. They're not going to throw it away. So what they do is just collect those mats, put fresh ones on every 48 hours, and put them in storage lockers and wait and hold on to them until winter shutdown. When they had time to deal with them, they had a special black sand extraction plant in the downtown complex, and they just worked over the cocoa mats when they had downtime in the winter shutdown. Okay, so we got 3 steps: mercury traps, charged riffles, regular riffles, and cocoa mats. Cleanup is about every 10 days to 2 weeks, depending on shutdown time and the richness of the ground they're working. Generally every 10 days to 2 weeks. The machine would shut down, the painter would come on board here, and the cleanup crew would come from downtown. And they showed a pretty good picture in the movie. Guys just kind of stomping around here in the water. They pick up the mercury traps, tap out the riffles, collect the cocoa mats, and just stir everything up. Wash away the waste, and we're left with a big pile of mercury amalgam and gold. They would scoop that stuff up, put it in lock boxes, like box number 7 on the shelf over to my left. Lock that, catalog it, bring it downtown. When that box was full of amalgam and gold, it took 2 guys to lift it up. Weighed hundreds of pounds, probably over about 400 or 500 pounds inside that box. Took 2 guys to deal with it. Once that was locked, they bring it back downtown. The cleanup crew would bring it to the retort room downtown. They throw that stuff in a furnace, seal it, heat to 675 degrees, and mercury would burn off into vapor. They condense it back to liquid, they purify it, and they reuse it. So the mercury's in a constant cycle. They set in the traps, they would amalgamate, they recover it, purify it, and then reset it. In a constant cycle. They also, and then once that mercury's gone, they open up the door, throw in some soda ash and borax, close the door, heat the material to 2,000 degrees. And that soda ash and borax would leach the impurities out of the gold. They float to the surface like slag. If you worked in the factory, you probably worked with lots of slag, pouring it off. So they pour the slag off, be left with pure liquid gold inside the furnace. They pour it into bricks, and the brick molds out your feet up in the boardwalk there. They cool the bricks and mail them to San Francisco. The mail rate was 2 cents per ounce. It was a special Alaska to California gold rate from the post office. When they were all finished in 1964, last dredge shut down in 64, total cleanup was $125 million, all at $35 an ounce. The price of gold was fixed in 1934 at $35. There was no variation, and the only buyer was the federal government. So after 1934, every single ounce of gold mined by the FE company was sold for $35 to the federal government. Went to the mint in San Francisco. Price today is over $350. It's up on $380. It's been fluctuating up and down a little bit, but it's at least 10 times 35, 10 times 125 million is about $1.25 billion at today's prices. And this is the reason they shut down. It's the gold standard. Price of gold was fixed over time as expenses grew and operating costs grew. Price of the product stayed flat. Profit just disappeared and they just shut down.
So what would it have to be in order to justify running it again?
You can never start this machine up. You got the EPA and OSHA and taxes. The company paid no taxes to anybody. Every single bit of profit they had went right back to the shareholders. In 1959, we became a state. That's the only reason they shut down. They had no regulation of any kind before 1959.
Okay, there's one of
So that's basically
the
a
gold things they
700
throw
ounce
up.
brick, buff nuts.
Okay. A little bit bigger than a pound of butter, right?
700 ounces.
700 ounces?
Okay, when you head downstairs, they were just about done. We got black.
Mike, what was the size of that again?
225 horsepower.
Thank you.
They're working 24 hours a day.
They had motors all over here running each little different thing.
Yep, that one motor runs everything. 225 horsepower. Runs this belt, which runs this, which runs that, which runs all of this.
We got a little blacksmith shop, 1928, if something breaks down, you don't replace it, you can't FedEx the part from the factory in San Francisco, you had to be able to make it. If it wasn't on hand, they had to make it quickly. Downtime is lost money. So there's a blacksmith on call 24 hours a day to come out and do repairs on board. And then we got our big stack, the big steamboat, the big coal furnace underneath the hull. We got about 6-7 feet of water inside the hull. You can't see it. It's a pretty big stack. It's a pretty good sized machine. A pretty good sized boiler. And as we come up here, you're gonna walk by the ketchup. This room in here is called the ketchup. These guys come down. Under the hopper upstairs, they're sprayed by the high pressure jet. Now, as they turn over, some of the material is going to fall straight down. You're going to miss the trommel screen. It's not going to hit the trommel. It's going to fall straight down. That dirt would end up in this room right here, and they sluice that for gold. So every single teaspoon of dirt they picked up, they extracted the gold from it. That's how they made their money. When they were all shut down in '64, they ran all their numbers. Their prospect to value ratio after 30 years is 108.5%. So they picked up 8.5% more gold than prospecting indicated was in the ground when they started. Because they didn't let anything get by them. Cocoa mats, the jig, and the ketchup. How's that reason? The steam plant is in the middle of the room over here. That's where they produce the steam, and you can follow the steam pipes out. The red pipes are steam pipes. They vent live steam, keep the machinery warm in cold weather. And it's also just a belt drive. We had electricity coming on board, but we had no electric tools at that time. If you wanted to drill something, we got a drill right here. You got no Black & Decker power drill. You hook it up to the belt line, attach the belt, and that would give you power to drill. And there's a belt driven power saw in the back corner there.
How many pounds steam pressure, do you know?
No. Big wrenches lying around. This was all taken from the bottom of the pond. And when it was abandoned, everything was still left on board. And then as they just let it go, people came in and vandalized it and stripped it down. And took everything and threw it into the water. So when it was restored, they dredged the bottom of the pond, actually sent divers down and picked it up and brought stuff up. And this is basically the transmission right here. All these lines go straight upstairs into the control room where we started. And like I said, everything on board is controlled by winches. It's either you're letting that cable out or pulling it in. So we got clutches and brakes and line going in and out right here, controlling everything on board. It's a pretty simple machine. I mean, it doesn't do anything fancy. It digs up gold, it digs up gravel, swallows gold, and spits out rocks. Nothing ever changed. For 30 years, this machine ran exactly the way it was designed to, and it was a perfect machine for what it was doing. There's no changes. The only thing that ever changed was the bucket lift design to make it quicker, because downtime was less money. Does anybody got any questions? We're pretty much done with this tour here. I think I started talking too much.
Oh, that's the big building they showed them moving in here, didn't they? There was a picture of that.
I think it is.
Wasn't there? There was a big picture in the building where it showed them moving this building in here. All this stuff here. Accounting and purchasing. Little building over there, huh?
Man, she keeps moving.
We got pay dirt here. We got gold mixed in with a whole bunch of dirt. This is the same stuff that fell through that trommel screen on the gold saving tables. We got no mercury extraction to help us. So we got to use gravity and water to get the gold out of here. So the first thing you got to do is tip the whole pan in the water and shake it up. And you want to be, what you want to do is get rid of the clump that's going to form in there. So you got to really shake it back and forth, just like that jig shook that whole gold saving table. Back and forth. You want to feel it and you can hear it scraping. And as you shake it, you want to tip it forward and pour off the water. And this is what you want your pan to look like. You want nothing up here. You want no dirt in the bottom of the pan. You want all the dirt along the outside edge. So where's the gold in this pan now?
Underneath all that dirt.
Underneath all the dirt. It was on the bottom where I shook it flat, the gold sank. Then as I tipped it forward, the gold slid along into the lowest point in the pan, which is on this edge underneath all that dirt. So the gold's hidden. So what we want to do is there's two things you can't do. You can't tip your pan upside down and dump it. You lose the gold. And you can't shake this stuff out. If you physically shake it out above water or even underwater, if you shake it out, the gold is going to jump along the bottom and jump over the edge. Okay, the gold will not float. Gold does not float. It's 20 times heavier than water, 10 times heavier than anything else in here. So a tiny piece of gold, it's as big, almost as a pinpoint. It's going to have as much weight as a rock this size. Okay, the gold's not going to float out. So what you want to do is let the water do all the work for you. You tip your pan about 45-degree angle, just put it in the water, and you pull it straight back out. And the water and the waste just flows away. It's like a wave coming into the beach. When the wave leaves, it takes away the top part of the beach with it. And the amount of material I lose depends on how fast I pull it out. So I want about a 45-degree angle. If I pull it out real slowly, just a little bit will float away. You can actually watch individual pieces just kind of float away. If I pull it out real quickly, I lose a whole bunch. And the faster you pull it out, the more you lose. So you do a whole bunch like that. And what you want to do is tip it flat every once in a while, a little bit of water. When the pan's flat, shake it down just 3 or 4 times. That settles the gold. But you need to do dipping and shaking. You can sit here all day and shake it. You're not doing anything. You're just wasting time. Just 2 or 3 shakes settles the gold. You tip it forward again. So my pan looks like I got an empty pan, everything up on the edge. And just real carefully just wash away the gravel little by little. What you're going to have a tendency to do is put the pan in there and then tip it because you're afraid you're going to lose it. And if you just pick it up, nothing's going to flow out. You have to keep the same angle coming out as you put it in. And the less material you get in here, the more you want to shake it. Just 2 or 3 dips and then shake it 2 or 3 times flat. Never shake it at an angle. The gold will skip along the bottom and leave. So I'm just real gently just kind of going in and out here. I can do it with just 2 fingers. It's pretty simple. Shake it flat. Just keep going. And as I get down here, my material's separated. I got rocks in the bottom. And if you get big rocks here towards the end, you can kind of pick them out because they're just going to cause an obstruction. It'll take you guys a little bit longer. It probably takes you about 5 to 10 minutes if you've never done it before to get down there, depending on how much you lose it. The gold's not going to float. You just got to remember that. It's not going to float away. So I'm getting down to about a spoonful of stuff. I'm going to be real careful. I'm going to shake it up a little bit. We'll keep going. I want to get rid of this rock here because it's right in the middle. And we got some shiny stuff in here. We got shiny kind of silver pieces down here. Anything that comes to the top is not gold. It's going to be silver colored and kind of copper colored. It won't be gold if it's on the top.
Is it food source? I'm sorry.
Yeah, the gold will not float. It's called mica. It just floats right to the top. Okay, I'm going to get down here. I just got like a spoonful of stuff left in here. You think there's anything in there? I think I lost it all. Okay, I'm going to wash away this last little bit. I'm going to wash away those last rocks. That's what I got left. I got gold and I got black sand all along this edge here. And the black sand, it's hard to float that stuff away. It's so heavy.
Those are big flakes.
How about that?
We should have made a gold drum.
It's even hard to even wash that black sand away. So that's what you're looking for.
Good.
And it'll hide in the pan until the very end. You got to get rid of everything in there. and it won't move. Unless you tap it, it'll stay in the pan. Okay, so once you got it here in your pan, you put your pan down on the railing, those bigger railings over here. You take your container, take off the lid, and you put it down inside the pan. And the gold is wet, so you need a dry finger to pick it up. Just touch your finger, you dry your finger off on the railing of your pants, and just touch this stuff, and it'll stick to your finger. And then you tap it off. You don't want to scrape it. If you scrape it, you'll scrape it along your finger. It won't leave it. It'll get stuck on your fingernails, and you'll lose it. You want to put it in the pan in case you drop it. It falls back into the pan. It's kind of hard to pick up sometimes. It'll stick. And even these look like they're tiny pieces, but even this little piece right here, it's just, it's not much, but it's got a lot of weight to it when you drop it. You really hear it hit.
There's a bug somewhere in the water.
There's probably lots of bugs. You're guaranteed to get some in this first base.
Okay, here we are on the other end of it there. How neat, huh? Quite the machine.
And you can just dig into the side. Actually, the buckets are over there.
Look at this. That's huge. Wow, neat. Yeah. And look at the size of those chains, huh? Ingersoll Rand there. Wow. Okay, look at there. Just getting ready to head out. One last look at this big critter, which is very interesting. Okay.
Keep going.
That don't look like a fun job.
While to get one, they're kind of state of the art now. They're solid body. They're like an electric guitar, and all the acoustic value is just in the pickups in here. See, there's no holes for sound and stuff. It's really unique. Don't sound too bad either. And what I like about them is they're traveling. They can take a fair bit of punishment. A couple of my dad's fiddles, I don't even travel with them anymore because I ding them up and I don't want anything to happen to them. I want my son to play later. So while I'm pointing, this is the bridge of the fiddle. Strings go over the bridge to the keys. And whatever this is shaped like is a signature to what style of music you play. And I really didn't honestly know that for years, even when I was starting to play. Then the guy said, aren't you going to shape it a little bit? And I said, why? He said, so you can do the double stops. I said, what are the double stops? He said, some of the Cajun and stuff. So that's how I learned that. Some of my father's musicians that played with my dad would take me aside and show me a couple of licks here and there. So what I'm going to do is show you a tune that shows the double stops, a single, double, and triple bow, and southern bow, all in the same song, and it's the Orange Blossom Special. Okay, so I'll start off with that one.
Okay, we're at the El Dorado Gold Mine. I'm getting ready to listen to some fiddling
Let me
music.
just sneak a little touch more rosin on here. One thing about Alaska, the
I'm
drive
going
is
to
just
take a train ride
put the rosin up with every other plant.
out.
What I've done is I went home with my piano and recorded All Aboard. Now, if it was wintertime, you'd have to get those wheels warmed up first. They'd go like this here. Heat them up. We're ready. I do that, they keep the skeeters up my boat. Here's that trouble football. Bring it downhill, pick it up just a little bit more here. Bad for one o'clock music for the old timers and find out what was going on around here around the turn of the century. I studied some at the university and got a lot of information, but I wanted to talk hand in hand to some of the old timers. They were in their 80s, the ones I met. So first claim I come to says, posted no trespassing. Okay, I waited for the guy to come out. He didn't come out. I went to the next one. It said, posted no trespassing. This place is protected by shotgun 3 days a week. You guess the days.
Yes, yes.
Hey, all the bad signs are red. That was the worst one. He was the nicest guy. And I said, look, I just got my fiddle. I said, I'm new to town. I want to find out, some of these terms. He says, well, have you heard that gold's 20 times heavier than water? I said, yeah, I know that one.
Yeah.
He said, well, I want to know why they say that they dig in the winter and wash in the summer. And that's true. I had to go find that out firsthand. It's because of the permafrost. They were smart that it was cost so much for timber and shoring that they found, how's it going? Good to see you. That they would dig down through this topsoil to the bedrock, and they would cover up these shafts and keep them cool all summer. So that's why you hear the term that we dig in the winter and wash in the summer. So imagine December 21st to start with 3.5 hours of daylight, and into January 20, 30, 40, 50 below. That's why I respect all these old timers. So the one guy made me play Wabash Cannonball 3 times before he answered one question.
Oh!
He said, do you know how to play Wabash Cannonball? I said, yeah. I said, well, play it. And I had my acoustic one with me, and I just took right there, played it for him. I said, do it again. And then he told me. And after all that, he says, come on in, kid. We got some sourdough biscuits for you. I made some biscuits, and it was pretty good. They were really, how do you call it, flat?
Okay, this is the A train. We'll be back on 4:40.
We're going to make a turn, and then we're going to straighten out. I want to get cameras ready, because I'm going to give you a chance to take a picture of all these great spots I'm going to point out to you. The first thing is the actual discovery shaft that got this 92.3 acres going in September of 1903, dug by the famous Swedes. It's going to be on your left, and as we go by, I'll talk about it and describe it for you.
El Dorado Gold Mine.
You're going to see a stockpile of material coming in to view first, and then we've got a runner board for the wheelbarrow.
We've got to get this steam off the batteries.
Fire tent to keep warm. And then there's a platform here, and that's there for a reason so they can get good leverage when they're working that bucket that's on a spindle. There's two arms to it. This is a double, called a double windlass. The beautiful blue bells on your left. Take your sunglasses off and keep your arms in as we head in. We'll stop here at B10. All the viewing will be looking to your right when we get stopped. Now this is very comfortable.
Show us the permafrost.
We've got some lighted segments now on both sides, so you can look at some of this very, very old strata. And on your left here, a couple more sections up, there's a few bones sticking out that happen to be at eye level, so we left them there. Right there, from a three-toed horse. Now you're going to see a light, there's a little light that clips on a hard hat on your right here when we get stopped. Once the A-train does get stopped here, all the positions are. He's going to say good afternoon to you, and we'll give a big hello in return. Those are carbide lanterns, as you see right now. Be ready for the stop, and then I'll let you guys on the outside stand up. Okay, Roger's going to hop out and turn the light up. Tim, I want to say good afternoon to you. Got a great A-train. Got a chance to play a little music and meet these folks. Take some of your nice, cool time now and talk about our tunnel drift money, please.
Sure. Good afternoon, everybody.
Hello!
Got a lively bunch up front here, though. I didn't hear much from the back, though. Hi, everybody. All right, there are folks back there. Well, as Earl said, I'm here to share with you a little bit about how they did tunnel and drift mining back in the old days. As Earl may have mentioned to you, those miners spent their winters digging. They began by digging a shaft straight down until they hit bedrock. Now behind me here against the wall, you can see what that bedrock looks like. Now the bedrock is settled down below here. It forms a distinctive line. It sort of goes up this way, goes down over there. Can everyone see that line up here anyway?
Yes.
Yes. Now for those of you in the back, the same formation should be more easily visible for you on that far face back there that we have lit up for you, as well as perhaps this face over here. I'll point this one up too. Now the bedrock on this face starts about here, forms a line that sort of goes up this way. Now this is all bedrock that's been broken up and moved around and heaved and buckled. You might notice with this particular section how the bedrock slanting down is dipping underneath me here, and it comes back up over on this side. Now that heaving and buckling is the result of thousands and thousands of years of activity in the Earth's crust. Plates tectonics and seismic activity or other more fancy scientific names used to describe that kind of thing. Where over the years, different stones and minerals are moved around and shaken up and deposited in various locations of the Earth. Now, when those miners were digging these tunnels, what they were looking for was, of course, gold. As they knew, gold is extremely dense and heavy. So, over thousands of years, as the quartz that the gold was originally formed with broke up, that heavy gold was freed and allowed to settle and trickle down through all of this material down to the bedrock, where it would drift along and collect into pockets. Now those pockets are what the miners were chasing, and that's why they would dig down this far. Obviously, though, when the miners discovered the gold was settled down this deep, the problem they were facing was how first to get through all of this material above it, which at first was pretty difficult for them. Because again, thousands of years ago, during the Ice Age, all of this material froze solid, became known as permafrost. Well, being underground is nothing new to miners. They quickly discovered that steam was an easy solution to deal with that permafrost. Up above on the surface, they would fire a boiler. They would send steam down along these lines here, where it would come out to points like this one. They'd use that steam to simply thaw away the walls and ceilings so they could chip and scoop up the material. Then they'd haul it to the bottom of the shafts and ore cars along these little railways here. I'll come back to that. Well, even with that relatively easier means of getting through the permafrost, it was still quite a lot of exhausting work for them to get down there. So before they'd ever begin digging, they'd look for some form of sign or guarantee from Mother Nature to help indicate where the gold was and make all this work worth their while. In particular, they'd look for other mineral deposits, like what you'll see over there. Now this is a zinc deposit. Everyone see this big bluish gray vein over here? Now there's some other minerals in there as well. None of it here is quite enough to be worth mining, but certainly enough to indicate that that gold was likely to be nearby. As gold is commonly associated with these other minerals. So when those miners would spot veins like this on the surface, they'd follow them. They'd dig down here to the bedrock and branch out in several directions along this floor in search of that gold pay. Right over here, those ore cars I mentioned a minute ago that we have restored. And this is just like what they would use to haul the material to the bottom of the shaft. It's full of stones just like what you're going to see quite a lot around here. Now, at first glance, a lot of these stones are pretty plain looking. If you take some of them now and dust them off and look a little closer, you can see they shimmer somewhat. Can you see that sparkle there? Make that out. Now, there's several different names for this material. One of them is mica. You're going to hear that name used quite a lot, especially when you do your gold panning up above, because mica is going to appear in abundance in your gold pan, and it's going to shine and glitter like this, particularly when it's wet and clean. You'll probably be able to get a pretty good close-up view of it on the TV screen right about now. Now don't let it fool you though into thinking that it's gold, because it isn't. It's basically just a decomposed, broken up bedrock, just like the stuff I pointed out over there. Now for being a rock, it's fairly flaky, fragile. If you take any little tiny piece you think might be gold, a quick and easy test is just to try to break it. If it does break up and crumble away, it's mica, certainly not gold. Gold is a very soft and malleable metal. It would bend before it would ever break. And mica doesn't even really make a legitimate fool's gold. Traditional fool's gold is known as an iron pyrite. There's iron in it. It's heavy. It stays back in your gold pan. It won't wash out easily. There's no iron at all in mica. It's a silicate. It's very light and flaky, crumbles away, floats right out of the gold pan. Most notably, mica here tends to have this silvery sheen to it. Now, by stark contrast, gold has a bright yellowish golden color to it. And everyone asks us every single day if this is gold or not. It's mica. Keep an eye out for this stuff. All right, enough of that. Now, immediately behind the ore car, and then next to me, you should be able to see a pile of bones. These are the skeletal remains of animals that existed 10 to 30,000 years ago during the Pleistocene era that have long since been buried and frozen and preserved by that permafrost. Now, placer and drift miners encounter bones like these all the time. We happen to have found a small tusk fragment, some ivory from a woolly mammoth that's quite a prize for us. We've got more bones like this for you to look at up at the main camp if you're into this kind of thing. For now, though, I'm going to head up top so we can show you now the above-ground operation.
Stand up on the right or look at the monitor, very light. This is Ryan coming out to greet you folks. You can see, you can stand up on the left when it gets dark. This is a rear picture, so get your cameras ready. This is the above-ground operation. Our last history stop. This is the disconnected to the permafrost tunnel. He's here to go to the top of the shaft and down the shaft to a bucket. And Tommy here is going to hoist that bucket up and the whole team is going to be in it, so get ready. Stand up now, go ahead.
Well, as I was saying, at the bottom of these shafts here, they have a loaded ore car, like the one I showed you in the tunnel. They load one of these iron buckets down the shaft so they can unload the ore cars into the bucket. And then hoist the buckets back up, run them on these cables here, like you see, all the way up to that pole, called the gym pole. There the buckets are catch, swivel, and dump. And then thrusting back down to slam into these walls here, reset, and that's load. Like that. Now those piles here get pretty big. So they've moved those gym poles around as they do for more room. the summertime would come, they let those piles fall back out again so they could wash all the gold from them. That required a great deal of high pressure water. So the summer work would begin by trenching for miles the tops of these high ridges here to serve to collect and channel millions of gallons of water downhill and gravity feed these hydraulic water cannons. And those water cannons would then be used to blast those piles clean and wash and funnel all the gold through their sluice boxes they had set up nearby. Now in those days, the sluice boxes were pretty crude and simple, and they got of wood with wooden riffles and burlap to catch the gold. Nowadays, they're made out of steel. Steel riffles and various forms of carpeting, much more efficient that way. Now directly behind me is the boiler I was referring to. They were fueled by wood, which would consume an entire cord of wood a day. They would clear whole hillsides to keep them fueled, and that's why they were called the dragons, because they would eat so much wood and breathe fire and spit smoke everywhere. But of course, what the boiler would do is boil the water. You send the steam down along these black lines here, some going down below the tunnels like this. And we're going to help walk those piles again in the summer, and all the while they power their steam engines like the one Tommy's operating for. Those are called the steam donkeys. So named for the very often stubborn and more often untimely breakdowns. And secondly, because it was the steam donkeys that produced the donkey pile. I'll leave the rest of that story to your imagination. All that's left today of that era are just a few remnants of equipment like this and any memories. And of course, the spirit of gold fever lives on in modern form. That's what we're going to say now.
Okay, these are the black spruce, and the stunted growth is because of the permafrost.
These are markings of the moose life.
What kind of sword? Are you ready to get some gold? Yeah! Right.
Well, that's good. This is not a farm tour.
That's right.
I'm not to an operating sluice box, which we'll always explain and demonstrate. You can see there's loose rock on the ground here. Back there, it's not near as level. Just trying to say, if you be careful, watch your step, we'll all have lots of fun.
But it's a later century. Dexter and I met working the same creek. He was on the North Fork of the Harrison, and I was on the couple of claims below the forks in an area called the Circle Mining District, just south of the Yukon River. It's a fairly remote site. Anyway, we met and ultimately combined our camps, and in 1981, we were married on a big old chunk of rising bedrock right out in the middle of the creek we were working. You can get more than gold on those creeks.
Well, isn't she being romantic this afternoon all of a sudden? Nice nugget there. You know, her being all romantic like that kind of makes me think back. I wonder if there's any newlyweds here today. Just got married, honeymooning to Alaska. No? Well, I got to tell you, my heart went out for this young couple here yesterday morning. I tell you, the travel agent, the wedding planner, even their best friends never warned them. Alaska, in June. 10 days, no night. Gotta help me get the word out, you know. You know, that train ride through history, so incredible, not sure where to begin. Let's just go back to the origin of gold, a little bit about the different kinds of gold, where it's formed, how it's mined, and then zero in on placer mining, placer gold, because that's what we're working with here with the sluice box. We tend to say sluice or box, same thing. Common component of the placer gold miners anywhere in the world and down through history. We'll show you how the sluice will grab and hold the gold, demonstrate our rather unique panning technique, a little different twist right at the end. And when we're all through with what some of you probably never even wanted to know about gold or gold mining, out through the tunnel on my right says exit to gold panning. Now there's something for everybody. Head up to our pole shed where we got our covered panning area, warm water to pan for gold.
Yeah, that's thank you to the plumbing gods, okay?
On the way through that short walking tunnel, our helpers will be handing out little poke sacks of concentrate. By then you'll have seen just how we make those concentrates. I recommend everybody here grab that little bag of dirt on the way to the panning area.
And isn't that nice? You guys travel all that distance to get to Alaska, and we give you a bag of dirt. Well, it's concentrates that are right out of the sluice box. And it's the gold you're going to take home this afternoon, or you can't leave.
Gold is one of the heaviest elements in our known universe. Starts out deep beneath the Earth's crust, brought closer to the surface during the creation of the continents and the mountains along their edges. You'll notice most mining activity in these mountainous areas, because of that geological activity, bringing the minerals closer to the surface there, makes that the easiest place to find them. Now if the guys are right up in the mountain with the tunnel or shaft, looking for a precious vein of gold-bearing ore, using some sort of mill to crush that ore out of the vein, and a geochemical process to get the gold out, that's your hard rock miner. Looking for the lode deposit. This placer mining completely different. Only about 1% of the gold mined worldwide mined by the placer method. You're going to see something out of the ordinary, a little off the beaten path, if you will. No, we do not crush any rocks. We don't use any chemicals. We rely on the awesome forces of nature to crush the gold out of an ore vein in the mountain for us. Bring the same gold down the mountainside and redeposit that gold in amongst the sands and gravels in the stream bed at the base of the mountain. These meandering placer gold deposits are referred to as pay streaks. So we don't go up in the mountain looking for that mother lode. We spend our summer down in the valley trying to find and follow a pay streak. The gold-bearing sand and gravel we dig out of the pay streak, of course that's our pay dirt. Got a bunch of sweet pay dirt lined up behind the backhoe. Just got done putting over a ton of pay dirt in the backhoe bucket. Now if I don't tell you where I get that dirt, which is just like where'd you catch that fish, I'm going to hear about it. My job to answer all the questions, hopefully before they're even asked. We got that dirt from our own patented mining ground. It's an open cut about 2 miles from here. We measured it 56 feet from top to bottom. You can see why we feel a lot safer bringing the dirt here to you than to take everybody to the edge of that open cut. The claim we're working, our pay streak, is a portion of number 2 below Discovery. First tier, right limit, Gold Stream Bench.
I love it when he starts talking mining talk.
Well, you know, that's about as close as I get to talking dirty right there. Okay, so we got the longest sluice in Alaska. Best pay dirt I could round up. Yukon, what do we got to add to the mix? That's right, can't do this without water. If it don't rain soon, we're not going to be doing this much longer. Sticking out over the edge of that cut bank, that wooden chute is a waterway or flume. Comes out of the bottom of about a 30,000 gallon earthen holding pond. Dan the man will be working the gate in between. When we're ready to show you how we make your concentrates, he's going to let the water come down that old flume, drop like a waterfall.
And I'm going to let you all know that in advance so you can have your cameras out and ready. When that water comes off of that back wall and fills this box, it is a sight to behold. It'll be a couple of minutes and I'll let you all know.
A short metal flume brings the water under the upper footbridge where Charlie and James are still standing, into this old dump bed, then roaring down the sluice. I start dribbling in the pay dirt. Water does the rest, mixing with the pay on the slick plate, pushing, carrying that dirt directly into the sluice over the tops of all these gold traps, which are called riffles. 2 separate sorts of riffles in our sluice. The expanded metal riffle from the very bottom up to the break just above Yukon. And then from here to the top, the angle iron riffle. Now here's where you'll see the most visible ripple effect. That churning and flushing of only the lighter sediment in the pay dirt from one riffle to the next. Get back to the expanded metal riffles, the action's the same, difference in design. These smaller riffles, the state-of-the-art method, and pretty much our last chance to catch the smallest pieces of gold.
He means the dust.
Absolutely. So basically, we dump the dirt in one end. Natural born miner right here. See how they pick up the rocks, these kids, and throw them in the water? Well, that's exactly what we do. But dump a bunch of rocks in the water at one end. Count on the water to carry everything of little or no value out the other. Those are called tailings. That's a settling pond. We do pump the water right back to the holding pond. Only the heaviest minerals, including the gold, will remain in the sluice. That's why these are called concentrates. You should not see gold up top, more than 18 times heavier than the water. And when you see that riffle effect, moving the lighter dirt out of the way, you'll know why that heavy gold is bound for the bottom of the box. Get the gold down in here, all you got to do is make sure it doesn't wash out again. First miners in history used sheepskin rugs, then horsehair mats to hold the gold. Today it's AstroTurf under there.
You know, the first time I saw this in a sluice box, I had to go poke it.
under all
I've
of
never
them, all the way
seen
down.
it
See it
used
poking
before.
out
We
here and
always
there.
use the horsehair mat that we burn in the spring to get gear up money to start
These
mining
fibers
again.
come together.
This stuff, first off,
You wanna
mines
feel
in
that?
the sluice box, and the mouth of the slick plate up top.
Try that
all the
out, yeah.
You'll see it poking
Them
out here.
football players fall down on it.
That'll end in some of the ripples up top. Now what this does is it changes the current down in the ripple itself. You see these little rows? These are just like tufts of plastic fingers. It'll vibrate in that ripple action. Now that keeps the lighter mineral buoyant so it can wash out. But it also breaks the current sufficiently to pull the gold in the mat and hold it. It works. I love this stuff.
You know, when I switched to the AstroTurf, I said to myself, ain't nothing in the world ever going to hold gold better than this matting right here. Then along comes that woman right there.
Well, I did take to doing some collecting, and I was very conscientious. I narrowed it all down to yellow rocks. And some little piggies just don't go to market, okay?
Yeah, back at the top of this list. Notice how these angle iron ripples get bigger and bigger. Now what do you figure that's for? Think about this. Little ripples, little gold. Big ripples, help me out here. Big gold. That's right, the nuggets. Ooh, there's just something about the
How
nuggets.
many of you all here would like to find a nugget in your folk set this afternoon? Oh yeah, okay. Now that is kind of a dull question. But how many here would know a nugget if you stubbed your toe on one?
I know.
It just takes a learning. Dexter and I were absolutely green when we first went out to the
she's
gold
green,
field. We
I'm
had to take
yellow.
the old timers green. Well, today I brought you a visual aid. This is what you're looking for here. Mighty tasty, huh? Yep, they come out in all kinds of sizes and shapes. I had nothing to do with the shape of this. I can only tell you a far mightier hand than mine forged it, and I've got no complaints with quality control. This came off the North Fork of the Harrison in 1981 and has been on my neck ever since. A 1 ounce nugget like this is considered more rare than a 5-carat diamond and is of gemstone quality. Now, I tell you about the rarity because over the years, well, we've done this a while. We've gotten a few. This one right here is a 2.5 ouncer. And this flat one here is 1 3/4 ounces. I'll come up the box so y'all can see it. If you want pictures later on, we're going to be out by the train with you too, so don't hesitate to ask. Now, I call these my pocket rocks. I kind of figure they can pretty much get me out of what I know I can get me into. So it's a little piece of insurance. The largest nugget we've got in this camp, though, you all have got to see. When you get done panning, and you get in the cook shack to get your gold weighed up, ask any of the crew
There's
where the
another one.
19-ouncer is,
It'll
okay?
keep you busy
It's
collecting
valued at
rocks.
$25,000. They'll take it out of the cabinet and they'll let you heft it, but we do ask that when you got a grip of it, you don't go by the door.
One more ripple to go, and then we show you how it all comes together. First in the sluice, our test ripple's a little different. To make this short section quick and easy to clean, we replace the AstroTurf in the bottom with a steel plate and put handles on the sides. So now when we want to see how the pater's run and we get the water going, dump in a bunch of dirt. Got the equivalent of 9 loads in already. While you watch, we'll throw in one more, and we shut the water off. Helpers come in, pull out the test ripple. We're going to transfer the concentrate from the test ripple to several gold pans using that old wash tub. Then we spread out in the sluice, show everybody step by step how to pan for gold. You'll see what raw gold looks like. You can, how about a quick word about the cleanup process?
Look above the box. James, would you hold up that ripple section there in the front of the
idea.
dump bed?
What they all
You'll see
look like.
these all come out in sections. And when we
Even
set
the
the
little ones.
sluice, 2 sections of AstroTurf is underneath each
Exactly.
section. For cleanup, though, it's the reverse, or what we call pulling the box. Each section is pry-barred up, it's rinsed off in the sluice and then set aside because gold is sticky when it's wet. You'll see that here shortly. Then the ore underneath the ripples and what's in the AstroTurf matting, that all goes into the poke sack. So you guys are panning gold right out of the sluice box.
Now, in the normal operation, the cleanup, otherwise without all your help, we'd take the concentrate from the big sluice through a smaller sluice, about the size of one of the benches you may be sitting on. Scaled down version, just make another level of concentrate. After that, to get the gold clean, we always have used the pan. By comparing the amount of gold from the cleanup to the amount of gold that comes into the test ripple, we know by now nearly 1/3 of the gold coming into this system is going to come out of this short, separate box.
Alrighty, he's gonna fire up that backhoe and we're gonna rattle some rocks. Get your cameras ready. If you'd like to step out away from the benches into these open spaces up here on the side, go right. good 12-hour day. Here comes that water. Now to get this all to work together, if you look down the box, you're going to see a drop to the angle of the set of the scoop. That is the deposit. It's set at an inch and a half to a foot for that drop. Now we calculate that angle, the angle that the tip of the river itself. Even the water running in that aspect, it's all designed to work in there.
There he is, panning for gold. Okay, Hapstuck at Rich in Alaska. There's his gold. Okay, it's a 19-ounce nugget. Largest nugget ever found in Alaska gold fields. $25,000. Woo-wee! That's great.
Mom.
We gotta go, Ohio. We gotta go down to Ohio. 5 miles, sweetest one, the Ohio. Everybody now, son of a gun, we're gonna have big fun on Ohio. Lovers of the house of the rising sun. I like this line, chicken in a bread pan, picking out dough. Grand, did your dog bite no child? No.
Make it official. Crew over here on the right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You know, they work on that all winter. Whistle, wave. Whistle.
This is on the Riverboat
Part of the drill.
Discovery.
Thank you guys
We're taking
very
a
much.
tour here on Shannon River.
These nice people back safely in time for dinner.
Fairbanks.
Now, the Bidleys are known
Airplane
for a
into
lot
the
of things. Building boats, running rivers, operating successful businesses, and certainly building things. This dry dock you walked across is actually made of pipeline pipe, believe it or not. That's surplus Trans-Alaska Oil pipeline pipe. Those gray pieces in there, the exact same pipe that's in the pipeline. We fill that with water, sink that thing, put a boat on it, pump the water out, the whole thing rises up just like an elevator, and is a pretty handy device when the Coast Guard wants to look underneath the boat. Each of our boats rides on that dock once every 5 years, so it can pass inspection. Little Discovery 2, tied to the end, under another name, was actually the last great hauling stern wheeler with a regular schedule on the Yukon. She was known as the Utana, and was saved from scrap by Captain Jim and the family in 1971, and still plies the rivers with that pretty orange paddle wheel on the back. We have one of those too. And that is not back there to make your pictures look pretty. That is the power source. This is an authentic stern wheel riverboat. That means the power comes from the paddle wheel. We don't have secret propellers on here anywhere, and we certainly don't have a rail or track down the middle of the river, that's for sure. The steering is being done by the guys upstairs. Our first little boat, Discovery 1, was built in 1955, and actually helped start this business off. This is our 54th season. Captain Jim and his wife Mary started the business when freighting sort of died off here in Fairbanks, and now their 3 sons and 11 grandchildren are also involved in it. So we're glad that it's continuing. Certainly this is a beautiful day to go for a boat ride. This is a very safe and stable vessel. It's 34 feet wide, so you're not going to rock and roll and shift to the side. There's no keel or centerboard. It's flat on the bottom. 156 feet long, and we weigh 280 tons. And we float. That's a remarkable bit of physics right there. And of course, I'm very reassured by the fact we only draw 3.5 feet of water, because I was sizing you up when you got on here. Most of you were over 3.5 feet tall.
That's good.
So if we do come to a sudden stop out in the middle of the river somewhere, I'm going to have a lot of help pushing on the end to get us off the sandbar.
Look at that. That's their little runway here?
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't think we'll have to go wading today. We've got a little more water in the river than we had early in the year, and so we're going to have a nice, safe voyage on this Monday afternoon. Almost 4th of July. Now, you don't see so many stern wheelers in our day because the airplane is pretty popular. The airplane brought a lot of you here. And of course, the airplane delivers groceries. out to the bush areas, our rural parts of the state. And this area over on the left, a little patch of grass and gravel, is really a fully functional 900-foot airstrip, much like you'd find out in the wild country. And some of the best bush pilots in the world live in the little neighborhood over here. They've actually named their streets for airplanes. So you're going to see one of the best in the business do his thing here in just a minute. But before we get down to introduce you to Tim, I thought I'd show you some of the different landing gear that's available right now. Because this time of year, with the rivers and lakes thawed out, the floats or pontoons are real popular. Now this river thaws late April, early May, and it freezes up around Halloween. And we have over 3 million lakes and a whole lot of rivers that are thawed out. So pontoons work real well this time of year. After Halloween, not so good. You have to put skis on the bottom of your airplane to land on the ice and snow. So there's a little airplane up here on the left with skis on the bottom. They're kind of hiding in the dandelions there, but this little red and white one kind of by itself. Scott's got the camera zoomed in on it. There are the skis on the bottom of that one. And of course, Tundra tires are popular any time of year. The big oversized wheels, those are a real stable landing gear as well. We'll get set for some excitement because our friend Tim Trips is down here ready to fly for you this afternoon. Tim is a retired Air Force F-16 fighter pilot. And he now flies KC-135 tankers for the Alaska Air Guard, and he's actually learning to be a bush pilot. And we're mighty glad to have him in the neighborhood. And he's very good at going straight up in the air in one of those jets. Watch what he can do with this Piper Super Cub. Don't blink, you miss it. How about this? Up on his way. He's going to fly out in front of the boat and do it without his turn. He'll land right here. We'll get a chance to see the whole thing. While he's getting into position, I'll kind of reflect on how important these pilots are. There are an awful lot of Alaskans that have been born in little airplanes like this. 6,000 feet in the air, halfway between the Yukon River and Fairbanks, and even farther north than that. One young man I know, 23 years old, this is a direct quote on his State of Alaska birth certificate. Where were you born? Quote, airborne, hyphen, we were busy at the time. Signed by the pilot. They had no idea where they were. Just somewhere within the boundaries of the state, and they were busy at the time. All right, now here he comes out ahead of us. Scott's got him on the camera. If you don't pick him up right away, watch your TV screen. And he's just arcing around over the trees, downriver from us. And watch him pull back on the fuel and just hang on the prop. He's actually hanging in midair, slowing down. He wants to be going slower than 40 miles an hour when he touches down on the grass, so he doesn't have much real estate to use to slow the airplane down. Watch these Tundra tires flex just a little bit as he clears the bush. A little squirrely right on the surface, so he's taking his time. Oh, that's a pretty landing. He's going to spin the airplane around, fling the door open. I want you to meet his co-pilot. His co-pilot flies with him every trip.
Oh, it's got to be a
You're
dog.
going to love getting a look at Darby the Wonder Dog right there in the co-pilot seat. See him? Darby, good to see you. Tim, thank you. Those guys are vying to be the double Guinness Book of World Record holders for flying in circles out there. We send their name in. Here's Paul. We'll get him in the book. Tim, thank you, sir. That was fun. Gosh, almost 80 degrees today. It's hard to believe this river ever freezes, but it will by Halloween. How do I know that? Well, when our 3 boys lived at home, we just married our youngest one off about 5 weeks ago. We always trick-or-treated between 25 and 45 below zero by Halloween. Do you have any idea how long it takes to thaw a Tootsie Roll that's been out at 45 below zero for 2 hours on trick-or-treat night? I guarantee you when they bring that in, it's hard candy. We don't use plastic bags. They don't last 30 seconds out there. All the kids have canvas trick-or-treat bags they carry out Halloween. Interesting place to grow up. We'll share some of those stories with you as we go along today. Because we're just amazing people. And of course, we'll be doing a lot of the things that Captain Binkley did during those freighting trips when he was out on the Yukon. We'll be doing a lot of those things this afternoon. But ladies, as you're well aware, behind every good man, there's a good woman. And I am very pleased to introduce you to the other founding partner of our adventure today. and one of the great pioneers of our community, and an inspiration. Right now, she's over here on the job, right on the right-hand side. That is none other than your hostess today, Mary Binkley, second-generation Alaskan. Originally from Oregon, Mary came to go to college here, met that Jim Binkley fellow. They steamboated for 55 years. And Captain always used to introduce her on the trips. Mary B., thank you, ma'am. He'd say, I want you to meet my partner, my wife, and my best friend. Now, how's that for a prescription for a successful marriage? And then he'd add one more thing. He'd say, on the boat, I'm the captain, but on shore, she's the admiral. How about that? That's why they were married a long time. Mary B., thank you, ma'am. Have a good afternoon. She was up all night making these donuts for everybody. Now, of course, gold mining, very important to our modern-day economy and very important today, and yesterday as well. And notice this old giant or monitor or mining nozzle right over here propped up with the lumber on the right-hand side. See that rusty nozzle? That's what the miners used to blast the muck of the overburden off the gold-bearing gravel. They got water from this building. It was a pump house, actually provided water for the mines up over the hill. Now take a look at those lampposts over there on the deck. Those are actually old mining nozzles stood on end. How's that for recycling, huh? We've been doing that a long time. Typical mining type construction with a corrugated sheet metal. You could get buildings up in a hurry. They weren't interested in aesthetics, they just wanted some shelter. And we will call her
Serious
captain, and when she
building of
says
some
jump, we
pretty
will say
homes
how
along the
high,
water
just like you guys at home when the ladies say jump. Now there's Eric, right up there in the wheelhouse, and he's up there with James. Eric is a diplomat. You know, if the sound's too loud or it's too hot or too cold, you just talk to Eric. He'll fix it. If he can, he's been highly trained to sympathize with you, so either way it's going to work out fine. Here's Scott Binkley out on the camera. Scott's going to college next fall. He's going to study electrical engineering at the University of Alaska Fairbanks, and he too just the old railroad car. Now you folks on the left have been very patient, so anybody from Madison, Wisconsin, you'll recognize Jack's name. This is where he spends a lot of time up here with us.
7,000.
That house is over 45 years old. He bought it from the fellow that actually built it, cut the trees, and did the work. Still holding up well. And look at the sign on the lawn. I love this. American by birth, Alaskan by choice. We say amen to that. All right, now do I have any Susan Butcher fans on the
Yes,
boat?
he's got one of
Susan
the knobby
Butcher,
ones.
absolutely. Well, ladies, I join you. I'm one too. Because this is a remarkable human being, our neighbor Susan Butcher. Susan got here in 1975, and she bought her first dogs with the fellow that used to live over here on the right. Now, a young couple bought John Verbeek's place recently, and they've done a great job fixing it up. Example of what young people can do. But they left the old dog houses here on the corner of the lot, and that white thing with the doors on it is what we used to take John's dogs to the races in on Sunday. And Susan showed up there in 1975 because John Verbeek was known as the Flying Dutchman, and she knew he had fast dogs. Unrolled a big wad of cash and bought some dogs right on the spot. Before she left, she turned to us fellows assembled standing around saying, what is going on here? Kind of said, fellas, I'm giving you fair warning. You better strap it on. I'm here to win your 1,000-mile Iditarod race. I just thought I'd warn you early. And then she kind of disappeared. We didn't hear too much from her, except every time she entered the Iditarod, she got better and better and better until finally, as good as her word, in 1986, she crossed the finish line at Nome in first place. And just to make sure we got the message, she did it again in 87, and again in 88, and again in 1990. So when you see these shirts around that say Alaska, where men are men and women win the Iditarod, you know who to blame. Our good neighbor Susan Butcher. Now we're going to stop at her house in a little while. We'll actually get a chance to see some of these wonderful dogs that actually have performed that feat. And we'll be talking sled dogs a lot on the trip today. Now young people will often not even want to deal with power tools, have a real pioneer experience. A young man that built this pretty log home, that was his goal, to put up a log house on the river all by hand. He cut his trees 30 miles from here, brought the logs down to the riverbank, let them sit a winter. The bark loosened up a little bit. He came back in with a couple friends, hand-operated draw knives and sandpaper, and did that all by hand. Custom fit the log above to the log below, waited a year for the walls to square and settle, and then the only power tool, because winter was coming, they did use a chainsaw to cut the windows and the doors holes in so they could get in there and out of the cold.
The beaver house.
They are caching the branches down in the mud. That whole mess will freeze right in the ice, and the beaver will swim right out their front door, and there's lunch right ahead of them. They don't have to go very far to find any food in the wintertime. They're already planning ahead for winter to come. Now, as warm as it is, we probably won't see any beaver actually chewing lumber. But if we get lucky, we'll zoom in and watch it work. If you want to watch the beaver, usually it's good to do that early in the morning or late in the evening by your watch, not by the sun. But it does cool down just a little bit usually, and that's a good time to watch them.
Maybe built them on the side of that. Save one on the side that way, huh? A lot warmer.
We're very proud of. Her name is Jessie Royer. She works for Susan, and she was Rookie of the Year
That's where the
in
dogs
the Iditarod 3 years ago. And Jessie is signed up to go this year, so you're going to know one of the mushers on the Iditarod Trail this year. You'll be able to follow her on the internet. And we are delighted that she got the money together to get this done. We're helping her out with that, and it's a good bet. So Jessie, good afternoon to you, and thanks for a few minutes of your time here, ladies.
Well, hello, and good afternoon.
Now this, of course, is Trailbreaker Kennels, the home of Susan Butcher and Dave Monson and family. And what's been going on here in the puppy department recently?
Well, it's such a beautiful afternoon out that we just decided that it was a great opportunity for us to be out here playing and socializing with these puppies. And of course, we're getting our afternoon puppy face washing out of the deal too, so that's always lots of fun because these guys are just awfully cute. They're at a pretty fun stage.
Well, now you like to be with them. They're not in the world 10 seconds before you're right there. Is that true?
Well, that's right. We actually, we've had 4 litters of puppies born this summer so far, and we'll have a couple more born, going to have pups later this summer. But as they get closer to whelping, we'll keep them over at the house next to Susan's place, and we like to be with them, not only to make sure everything goes safely when they're whelping, but also because we like to begin bonding with these little puppies right from the very first day that they're born. Now, their eyes are closed for the first 2 weeks of their life, but they have a very wonderful sense of smell. So what we'll do is we'll pick up each puppy individually and we'll blow across their noses. They start to get a sense of us right from the very beginning. So their eyes do open at about 2 weeks of age, but they already have a pretty good idea of who we are, and they're starting to learn to trust us. And that way we can begin a bonding process with them that will last their entire lives through. So that's kind of what we're doing out here with these little bigger puppies, is just continuing on with that.
Well, now, I think, isn't that Colors right over there next to you? That's Granite's daughter. You've got some of the older dogs out here. Are they just relaxing, or do they have a function here on the training?
Well, we have actually 28 retired dogs here at the kennel. They're very important members because they're the ones that are going to help us teach these young puppies. These little guys that I have out here with me are 5 and 6 weeks of age right now, and they're just going to be starting on their second phase of their training, and that's taking them on their daily walks in the woods. What we'll do is we'll take some of the older retired dogs with us and their mother Kibby here, and we're trying to teach these puppies the same love and adventure that we have. It's pretty easy to do because there's always lots of obstacles out there on the trail. There's some water to swim through, some little logs like these to climb over. And as you can see, they're struggling a little bit to get over them, but these little bigger puppies are getting over them pretty good now. But we're always there to encourage the puppies, give them a little extra hand or boost if they need some help. But then we praise them on the other side, and that way they start learning that we'll be there for them at every stage of their life. And that's really most important when they do start running and racing in harness, that they learn that we'll never ask them to go any farther or faster than they're capable of. And actually, out here, Colors, this gray dog right here behind me, she's one of the oldest members we have here at the kennel. She's 14 years old. She's one of Granite's daughters. And also out here, we've got some more retired dogs, TW and Grip, and they're 10 and 11. And the old dogs are the ones that are going to help us teach and train these young puppies, not only on our puppy walks, but when we put them in harness for the first time, we put them in the lead so the young puppies can follow their example. So every dog that we raise here and that races with us does retire here. They're very important members.
Well, now, about 2 or 3 days ago, you jumped in your truck, drove all the way down to Anchorage, put your money down, signed up for this year's Iditarod, jumped back in the truck, drove all the way back to Fairbanks. You're going to be one of 75 of the finest dog drivers in the world. Why do you put yourself out there in some of the toughest country God ever made? Why do you guys do that?
Well, sometimes that's a good question I ask myself, but then I look around and I see all these guys out, some of my best friends out here with me. These are some of the neatest dogs to work with. They all have different personalities, and it's a lot of fun to actually get to train each one of those personalities and take them all individual and put them together and get them all to work together as a team. So I like the challenge of getting to work with these wonderful dogs. They just love what they do, and it's it's pretty exciting when you can actually travel over 1,100 miles through frozen tundra and lakes and through this beautiful state and actually be able to reach the finish line in Nome. It's a pretty great accomplishment, and we just love to go back every year.
Yeah, I think it definitely gets in your blood, and you guys are sure good at it. Now, speaking of energy and accomplishment, we've got some young dogs that we're going to let out here. We had to cage them up to reserve all this energy. And how old are these guys? Are they ready to go on harness here pretty quick?
Well, these white puppies that Beth just let out, they're at a pretty fun stage. They are 5 months old right now. As you can see, they grow up pretty fast. And in about 2 weeks' time, they're going to be ready to start actually running in harness. And what we'll do is we'll take 4 to 6 puppies at a time. We'll hook them up behind a couple of our older retired lead dogs. It's so instinctive in these little puppies to pull, but within just a few minutes, they look like a small adult team of dogs going down the trail. So we actually have a saying here at the kennel that it only takes us 2 minutes to teach them to go, but then it takes us about 2 years to teach them to roll.
Well, we saw some really good action winter footage of Susan running the dogs on the frozen river as we were coming up here, but on a warm day like this, you guys are pro athletes. Now you're going to go this year, you got to start getting in shape. How do you do it with no snow and almost 80 above today?
Well, today was kind of warm this afternoon, but this morning was nice and cool. So if we get a nice cool morning, we actually can hook them in harness, pulling the four-wheel cart on our winter trails. But some days we don't get even the cool mornings, and of course in the afternoon it gets pretty warm. So another way we can exercise, which is always our favorite activity, is we'll take about 10 or 20 dogs at a time. We'll load them up into this big riverboat right down here. We take them all out to the islands out on the Tanana. Turn them all loose out there. They just love to run and play. I think the big dogs probably get about 10 miles of running in for every mile that we get. And of course, when everyone gets hot, well, they can just jump in the water and go for a little swim to cool off. So that's a lot of fun for everybody. But then if we can't get away from the kennel, another way we can exercise the dogs is with this green merry-go-round we have right over here. We just attach a dog to each one of these stations. It's kind of like a merry-go-round you'd see in a kid's playground. There's no motor on it. The dogs just pull it themselves. And the young dogs really enjoy it because they get going pretty fast sometimes. But then when they get tired of doing the pulling, they just jump on board these little platforms right here, and they have their buddies pulling for a little ride.
Well, now speaking of a little ride, we've got a treat at the village because we're going to get to see some of the Iditarod veterans actually pull a sled this afternoon. Are you going to do double duty and come down and drive for us today?
I am. I'm going to have 8 of our dogs down there. Some are retired and some are actually still racing on my team. And I'm all hooked up to a sled so we can demonstrate just a little bit more about dog mushing for you.
All right, well, we'll look forward to that. And Jesse, good luck on the Iditarod Trail this winter. We'll be rooting for you. And thanks for a few minutes of your time and the ladies here at Trailbreaker Kennels this afternoon.
Well, thanks for stopping by.
Rookie of the year years ago on the Iditarod Trail, Jesse Williams. He finished in the bunny last year, too, on a particularly difficult race. So, Jesse, thanks. We'll look forward to visiting with you one-on-one down on the village. And thank you, ladies, and thank you, dogs.
Mom, don't you wish we had one of those merry-go-round things for Tina?
No, I don't think Tina would like that too much.
Why?
I don't remember seeing her at the picnic.
And turned the hull into a campaign barge. Lives up in the top in the mobile home and entertains the constituents down on the deck. Interesting way to stump for votes. And if you guys have an old car back at the shed you don't know what to do with, look here, you can make a boat out of it. Take a good look at the end of the back end of the barge and you'll see the SS Subaru. 2 doors, hydromatic stern wheel, and a radio. Made out of that old car. Get a good picture of that. Top of the world in an old stern wheeler. Don Wright's house. We're going to learn more about that. The Alaska Range on the south keeps a lot of the moisture out of this part of the state. Yet we do have water in the river. Now I'm going to solve that mystery here in just a minute, but you can see on both sides of the river different types of terrain. Over on the right, where the people live, pretty nice, well-drained, unfrozen ground, a lot of white spruce trees, pretty houses. Over on the left, looks like the Everglades, and it just about is. Subarctic swamp right in the middle of this desert because it's poorly drained, and there is some frozen ground down there that doesn't let the meltwater percolate down real easily, so that stays pretty soggy. On the left, the moose like that type of thing. Muskeg is what we call it, and it's a little more congenial to the humans on the right-hand side. Now, when we pass that last house, always makes me feel pretty grateful for living like we do here in 2003, because imagine trying to survive in swamp or woods like you see on both sides of the boat here 12,000 years ago. Not an easy task, yet the Athabascans proved they were up to it, because they didn't waste anything. Remarkable people. When a caribou, for instance, was brought down in the woods, or a moose, or you caught salmon in the river, every part of the animal was utilized. The meat was eaten, hides were turned into clothing and shelter, the gut and bone and sinew became the weapons, tools, lashings,
They were
medicines,
teenagers, and I heard them say they
everything
were
we
bored,
buy
so
at the
they're
store
probably
today, they
elsewhere.
were able to take from nature and utilize. And we'll see some evidence of that in more detail when we go ashore. But in kind of honor of the ancestors who toughed it out for a long time, we're going to bring out our domestic caribou here in just a second. Our reindeer, and they're going to come out in this little corral. We'll talk about them, and then you'll get a chance to see them again when we go. Are doing real well in our little paddock here. The little male chewing on the bush in the middle is about 13 weeks old, and he could stand up within an hour of his birth and run just as fast as the adults within a day and a half. He has to be able to do that to survive in the wild, because there are predators out there looking for the weak calves, and so he's doing fine, however. Mom is over here right next to him on the left as we look at her, and she's got antlers just like the fellas do. Female reindeer and caribou are the only females in the deer family to grow those antlers. They'll lose theirs a little bit right before the birth of the young, then they grow back very quickly. The males stand by to protect the young with a better, more mature antler array. They start theirs right after the rut or reproductive season in the fall and winter. Now, caribou equip themselves to stay warm with a long winter coat that they're in the process of shedding out. That's why they look a little shaggy here. Each hair strand is hollow inside. There's air trapped in it, and it keeps them warm during the cold months, and it makes them good swimmers. Kind of like having a life jacket on. They float, and they kick their big legs and are able to get across water hazards very effectively. Then they'll shed that longer hair out, get that nice chocolate brown, be nice and cool in the summer, grow the hair back in the fall in time for the cold of winter time. Notice their hooves are fairly wide, kind of like a horse or a cow's foot, not narrow like most deer feet. That's so they can walk on the snow and dig up their winter
Looking
food.
for another one.
A reindeer or caribou who is hungry will dig down through the snow, just like a rototiller turning over your garden soil. They'll bring up lichen and moss and sedge on which they feed, and then are able to sustain themselves when there isn't any obvious grazing available. In fact, the word caribou, as some of you may know,
Right now I'm
literally
zoomed
means
in on
deer
Mama and
who
Baby
shovels,
just munching
or
that
deer
tree
who
to
paws the
pieces.
ground. They were named by the Micmac people of Maine and southern Nova Scotia many thousands of years ago, so it is a Native American word. Now, we will see these animals again. They'll
Well, they are right on her backside, aren't they? They look like they're attached.
They are.
Yes, they are.
I see them.
She's got them trained well. You stay right here, or that big old bird's going to come down and get you. Yeah, they're going to shore.
Those guys. So
Oh, see, the
here, hope you
kings
get some
this week,
salmon for the
4th of
freezer.
July.
Good luck, guys. Thanks for letting us get through here. We appreciate it. Kings are on their way, and who's ever here first will get the pick of the litter, in theory.
Oh, wow.
But now we're going to answer that question. Why do we have water in the river if we live in a desert? Well, I didn't tell you the whole story before. Remember I said we got 11.5 inches of new water. We got a lot of real old water in the form of rivers of ice, our glaciers up in the mountains. And you know what happens if you put an ice cube on the sidewalk on a day like this, it's going to turn to water pretty quick. And that's what's happening to the end of the glaciers up in the Alaska Range, about 250 miles off where I left Shoulders. So the Tanana out here ahead of us, which is the largest glacial-fed river in the world, is on the rise right now. And as it rises, it
Waiting
dams
for the
this river up.
kings that are on their way.
There's enough height in the Tanana to block the Chena and back our water level up about 14 miles right up through downtown Fairbanks and on upriver from there. So that's how we keep enough water in this little river to float the boat. It has nothing to do with snow melt or rainfall or any of that. It really has to do with warm temperatures in the mountains and the rise of the glacial river ahead of us. Now you'll be able to tell which river we're in. Look here as we leave the Chena and head into the Tanana. If you use creamer in your coffee, you're about to have your life changed right here.
See that? The Chena's where
Because the
we're at.
Tanana
We're going in
River
the
is
Tanana.
pure glacial ice water, but it is also mixed up with ground up mountain range. As you know, if you've studied glaciers, there's tremendous force at work.
Look at the difference.
Tremendous weight and pressure as the rivers of ice flow across Mother Earth, and they crush the rock and soil under them into a fine glacial flour that's the consistency of baking flour and talcum powder. It's pretty remarkable to see it layer upon layer here as we move from the Chena into the Tanana River. The river is constantly changing, and it has really presented quite a challenge for our captains this year, because just off to the left-hand side here, it's trying to seal off the mouth of the Chena with a brand new sandbar. So we have to be very careful as we come around here to find the deep water. And Captain Kent and James are looking at the patterns on the surface, which you can look at too here. Only they tell them exactly where that deep water is by the nature of the ripples and riffles and little disturbances to the surface of the river. So another nice turn. Yeah, thank you, sir. And we are heading downriver in the Tanana. 250 miles from here, this river joins the Yukon, and 1,000 more miles then to the Bering Sea. Coming the other way, they've been doing that for about 15 days now, close to 30 days, are 3 species of Pacific salmon who swim through this glacial silt. It doesn't kill them, doesn't cut their gills, harm them in the least. They swim through this material and spawn in rivers like the Chena and the Salcha and others. And it's about a 30-day, 1,250-mile round trip. It's one-way trip, actually. They don't go home again after they spawn. One of nature's remarkable migrations. River is cutting and eroding on the right and filling in on the left. And this is only one of many, many channels of this same river. If we got Tim's airplane, took off, flew 6.5 miles due south, or off to the port side, we would still be flying over some channels of this same river. You get up in an airplane, look down on it, looks like spaghetti in a bowl or braided hair. Just moving and creating islands and sandbars and sloughs, all kinds of wet country for the moose out there on the left. Now here comes our Chena village to the right. This is where we'll have our tour. The Binkley family recreated the village because there was one here years ago. River took it, so it was built back again by the family and is a great vehicle for sharing the Athabascan culture with you. We're going to take you further downstream, though, show you some things before we come back here. We'll spend about an hour on shore, and you'll get the chance to see the trading posts, some of the old cabins. Take a look at a cabin and cache, the dog teams in the middle. You will be hosted here by Dixie Alexander, who is a world-renowned beadwork artist and skin sewer. Dixie, how are you? Jackie, good to see you. Dixie and her fans are down here. Salmon smokehouse, big Alaskan cabbages growing in the garden, and lots of interesting, beautiful beadwork to see at Dixie's house. So it's going to be a full hour. A lot of action here at the village when we get off the boat in just a bit. And sandbars like you see on the left. And the men's job is to build the harvesting machine out of, in this case, tamarack, sometimes black spruce, which scoop the salmon up out of the river so the women and kids can cut the salmon up on shore. This thing is driven by the current in the river. It does not consume any fuel. There's no motor in it. It's a tried and true mechanical technology that has to do with the 8-mile-an-hour current driving it. As the basket comes up, 1 or 2 salmon might be scooped up, dropped into the angular wood trough at the bottom of each one, and collected in a box on the side, which is very quickly emptied. The salmon are taken ashore, cut up right away. They can be cured in the open air on a nice day like today, smoked in the smokehouse. And when they're thoroughly dry, they store them in the little log cabin up on stilts. We call that thing a cache. And that's where you keep your salmon and camping gear in the wintertime. Trapper could come down here and replenish his sled without ever having to dig through the snow. And the bears and the squirrels and other critters will go without because it's nice and up high. We're going to come back here, and Dixie will meet us here and actually cut up a salmon for you. She has been fishing this past weekend with her family up on the Yukon, so she'll probably have some stories about the king salmon fishery 100 miles north, as she usually does every summer. We'll visit with her for a little bit and get you right up next to that fish wheel so you can watch it turn.
Now he was just talking about the sled dogs and how they fed them in the wintertime because they didn't carry dog food. And what they do is they dried the salmon, and each dog got one dried salmon per day because it had a lot of nourishment in it and it was very lightweight to travel with. He was talking about the black spruce trees and how the roots go out horizontally rather than vertically because there's no nourishment in the permafrost and the silt. So that's why they're so scroungy. But they're very hardy because they survive. Oh man, look at this house up here on the cliff. What a view they got. Let's zoom in on this one here. Ah, wow. What a place, huh? Look at that, but they look out over the river here. There we go, we're heading up that way.
Video, because I want to show you what Chena, Alaska looked like, one of the rip-roaring gold towns in the immediate Fairbanks area, not a stick of which remains today. So watch the monitors and you'll see stern-wheelers parked right across on this right-hand bank.
And that's where it was.
And buildings on shore, a little narrow-gauge railroad ran from here out to the gold mines. Nothing left today. Because this town emptied out in about 10 days when somebody started spreading a rumor there was more gold 100 miles north. These miners never stayed long. They built complete cities and just left them right in the middle of the wilderness to get to that gold and get it staked. So really the only proof that the town ever existed here are these pictures that we borrowed from the university. Now this is a good place to just come down, watch the boat, walk the dog, enjoy a beautiful day, go moose hunting Labor Day weekend. Pretty busy down here. First day of the moose season, Labor Day weekend, because we have 11,000 moose that live over here. The left-hand side. No, they won't be peeking out of the bushes. They're way back in there. You get to fly with any of our bush pilots while you're here. They'll take you out, show you where the moose are, or spin us around. I think this is a kind of a neat little thrill ride you're enjoying.
We're getting ready to turn around, so they just
But
let
first
the
you
current.
have to watch the wind. You have to make sure you're in deep enough water so we don't hit anything on the way around. And then we'll be heading upstream when we successfully complete this minute table. You know, guys, it was really tough when I was a kid growing up. I don't think so. They are a dedicated crowd to education up here. So do have some coffee and donuts if you like. Good shot of the river and the house on the cliff at the end of the second deck.
Look at this
Big
puppy
window
down
with the
here.
paddle wheel. If you're interested in cutaway footage on your video camera, and we'll do that. And teacher and a good friend of ours. He is with in Athabasca from the village of Fort Yukon. Our good friend Dixie Alexander. Dixie, and the don't you?
Irish and Twinsy, Must thank you. I'm real pleased to be able to share just a little bit about Fish Camp life with you. This camp here in the Tackinaw River is very similar to the camp I grew up on the Yukon River. My family still fishes at the same spot today. Our camp is located about 30 miles above the village of Fort Yukon, very similar to this. Although I think our camp up there is just a little bit bigger than this, and that's because I have 6 brothers, 6 sisters, grandparents, and lots of cousins that always visit us in Fish Camp. So we have a lot more kinds of wall tents like it over here in camp. Very comfortable to stay in the wall tents all summer. We fix them up really nice. Sometimes if it gets chilly at night, we just build a fire in the wall tents. But it's really exciting for the whole family to be able to spend all summer outside, especially after being inside most of the winter. And our smokehouse is much like this one back here. Other than that, our camp on the Yukon River, very similar to this camp on the Tackinaw today.
Well, now, of course, you and Kathy are getting to spend some time together. She's learning from you. Is this where you learn to sew from your elders? Was it Fish Camp?
Oh, I think this is an excellent time for the whole family to learn many different types of skills. But me and all my sisters, after all the chores are done around camp, and all the salmon's put up in the smokehouse, we would learn how to tan moose hide, caribou hide. We also learned how to do beadwork, porcupine quill work, lots of skin sewing for winter clothing, and all these skills we've learned from my mother and also my grandmother. But this is also a good time for my brothers too. They learn how to build fish schools like this one here, which they still do today, and to make snowshoes and dog sleds, and they learn these skills from my father. But that was the main purpose we went to Fish Camp, because in the winter months my father went trapping, and he always checked his trap line Niagara dog team. He usually kept about 22 dogs plus puppies, and each one of his dogs would eat one dehydrated salmon a day, so you can imagine how much salmon we had to harvest for the whole team for the whole winter's use. And that's not even including the salmon that we put up for ourselves. But I remember many days my father would move around the fish wheel till he hits a good spot next to the cut bank where the salmon tend to run pretty strong. Some days he would even have to turn off the wheel. We could catch up to a couple hundred salmon a day. When we're catching that much salmon, everybody in town stays busy.
Now, we've got a pretty good sized critter on the table here, and Jackie's going to help you out. What species are we dealing with today?
This here is a chum salmon. We also got a nickname for these guys. We call them the dog salmon. And the only reason we call them the dog salmon is because they run twice in one season. Therefore, we can catch a lot more of the chum salmon, more so than the kings and silvers. So it makes sense for us to use these for the dogs. I've seen them get up to 22 pounds. This one here is a pretty good sized salmon. I'd say 13, 14 pounds at most.
All right, good job, Jackie. We'll let you get that guy back on the table now. Don't let your cameras get too far away, because Dixie won't take very long to make parts out of the hole here. She starts right forward to the tail, goes down to the gills on both sides to create the fillets. And they will, of course, remain joined in the tail so they can hang over the poles outside and in the smokehouse. The head is removed, split and dried, could be fed in the winter or the summer. The softer parts, the innards, would go in a stew pot and be kind of a salmon soup for the dogs to eat during the summertime. So really nothing is thrown away. One sled dog can eat the same salmon twice in the same year, and that's pretty efficient. When it comes time to preparing the fillets, scoring is a good trick because it creates more surface area. So Dixie goes down both sides very quickly, creating those vents. When she holds it up right now, here's the finished product, and you can see how gravity helps out. Dixie, beautiful job. Thank you very much. Now, on a warm day without much breeze, do you want to go right in the smokehouse right away, or can they start outside?
Well, normally when we're catching a lot of salmon, we don't like to put a wet salmon like that directly under the smoke barrel. So we use the air drying rack like this over here, air dry the salmon for a few minutes until it gets a nice tacky texture, then rotate it into the smokehouse, rotate it all around the smokehouse until it's thoroughly dehydrated. Once it's dehydrated, it doesn't weigh that much at all. Very light. This is really important when my dad goes on a long trap line trip. The weight of his sled is important.
Of course, the flavor of the salmon is so important, and you see many different kinds of smoking methods around the state. Do you have a favorite wood that we should look for if we're really looking for the best tasting salmon?
Well, when we make salmon for ourselves, we're really picky about how we fix it. We'll wash it really good first, then put it in a salty brine. Then we would smoke it with a really good sweet wood, and up here we use alder wood. Makes for a good tasting salmon. But when we're making salmon for the dogs, we don't do any of that. We just smoke it with cottonwood or spruce. They're not too picky.
It's grateful but not picky. That's a good thing. Dixie, thanks very much. And Jackie, thanks for your help. Appreciate it, ladies, very much. And we'll let you clean camp up. They're going to come in their boat and be by us here at the high school in Fairbanks next fall. He has ties to the villages, but is growing up here in town. So Jessica, thank you for being part of our summer family. You'll enjoy being in her group. Here's another young lady that went south to go to school. She's a Nubian Eskimo. Her name is Allison, grew up in Fairbanks, is a graduate of the University of Southern California, has a degree in kinesiology, and is ready to go to med school next fall and continue her medical education. And she's also a trained Marine jet fighter pilot in our OTC graduate. And Allison, good to have you on board. Thank you, ma'am. And Miss Sarah is downstairs, and she's excited about her freshman year at McAllister College in St. Paul, Minnesota, coming up. Sarah is a Nubian Eskimo from the village of Sienna, which is out on the northwest coast. And she's a graduate of Monroe Catholic High School here in Fairbanks. Sarah, congratulations to you. And good luck to the Twin Cities where they have real winter up there on the northern plains. Now, Jeffrey Reuter, who we met, is going to run the dog for us. We want to show you a little bit about what winter looks like out on this Panama River, because this was the terrain on which they ran the Iditarod this last year. As you know, there was very little snow, the land portion of the trail. Yeah, remember they got to change it. The race was run on the Frozen Canada and Yukon rivers. In fact, those of you that had followed the race, you might recall that the race started in Fairbanks this year. The first time the Iditarod has ever started officially in Fairbanks, they trucked the dogs here, Susan Butcher's husband, likes to use the same little oval trail that Jesse's going to demonstrate on this afternoon. But he's got the dogs out for a little exercise because dogs respond to verbal commands. We don't have steering wheels on the sleds. We don't have reins on their backs or bits in their feet. So literally, you have a trusted relationship, as Jesse mentioned, because you have to talk to your lead dogs and they respond. And sometimes the leaders are 100 feet outside of you. It's a remarkable system, but it works very well. We will holler G for right, ball for left, blow for stop, or height for all right. Sergeant Dean, we do not say much. Sergeant Preston said that on the radio years ago. We all use that term. We say height or all right. And then you better hang them on right, or they will move right up. If you're here on Martin, you'll see them coming. We'll get up here in the position and Jesse's going to let them out. These are all veterans of the 1,040-mile Iditarod race or the 7-mile Yukon Quest. Some of these dogs are coming to Jesse on their trip this winter. And I think we'll probably go again. When she hooks them up in March. And again, you'll be able to follow her on the internet. I'll give you her website again when we're done with the tour. And we'll be able to follow her progress this winter. We're excited about this. She's going to win this race someday. There's no question in my mind. And here they come. Right out of the yard. Looks like she's got 8 hooked up. And one can hang on tight as they go around the oval. Now you folks on the left, you can remain seated. Folks on the right can stand. Everybody will get to see Bill.
Cloud of dust. They'll be around again.
Stop here for a minute or two and talk to you about the dog feet. And then they take them out again for
Here they come, I
before we
think.
get off the boat.
Here they come, Mike, right here.
Let's try that roll command. How's that? There you have parallel park and elastic style right here by the boat.
They're parallel
Yes,
parks.
good job. Now, of course, every dog gets a pat on the head. This is why she wins, because dogs come first. At Trailbreaker Kennel and Jesse's Kennel, everybody's going to get a little pat to say, good dog. One lap today, the Iditarod tomorrow. They're ready to go to dinner. Whatever that driver wants to do. Jesse, let's meet your team. Thank you, ma'am.
So hello again, everyone, and welcome to Team Village. Oh, yes, it's a great afternoon. It's great to have you back down here with us. The dogs and I always just love getting out going for a run, and of course, we always love to share with everyone more about how we live and train and work together too. So I'm going to take this opportunity and share with you a little bit more about the positions on the team and the addition of my teammates here. Now, right here, my lead dog's Gavin, yeah? I have a pretty important job because we have the reins or line training you guys about this. So that's what they're looking at. I wanted the reins and I wanted the left of their home. So you guys right here, my good dog, this is Riker and Nike. Now, they want my leaders to keep the heat shut as they're going on the trail. They're also very good leaders. So if they go on the sky or have the race, it's not just to rotate everybody out. It's not to rotate everybody in all the positions in the team. Everybody here can run the lead. You can never ask them to do that. Now these guys right here, my team dogs, this is Caldic and Peterless. Now if I want to have one car, I like you guys already work these guys. And make sure my after you accommodate this to us. So say if I had a tank on the team, that's what my lead dogs. Oh, my lead dogs. That would be missing my latest man. Now back here, my wheel dog, this is Berner and Kita. Now, often the real dogs are farmer dogs and team. They're the first to go the way and the second to go up the hill. But they also have to go out there. Our service are out of food, so owners and things like that. This does bring us back to my job, which is not only to stop the dogs from going on the trail, but also to keep us for effort. Now, I do that by fixing the leash from side to side. Sometimes take it off and help the dogs for that, and totally entertaining with that piece. As you can see, some of my teammates here are getting a little on me trying to get going. I think this is my cue to
Can't see the dogs because they're off to the left. We'll hear what they're
so we
talking
better go ahead and take off a little before I we'll help them against some of their...
Now watch her release this brake. Watch her lead dog. One word and they go. Everybody goes. All right, I want to turn. ADAW, that's what you'll holler behind the training post. They're going to get one more pass out front here. One more time.
There we go.
Watch it, not go on to the right, keep up that flame quite a bit. Get the least amount of sleep, the least amount to eat of all the team members. Watch the right turn command here. And they go.
You're welcome to have a seat at these benches facing the cabins, please.
Okay.
Got it?
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, it's your turn.
Oh, it's the first time I ever got to do this.
I'm Eskimo. I was born and raised here in Fairbanks, Alaska, and I just graduated from the University of Southern California with a Bachelor's of Science in Kinesiology, and pretty soon I'll be heading off to med school. Right now we're in the Tanana Valley. This is the heart of Athabascan Indian country, and today Courtney and I will hopefully show you how the Athabascans skillfully survived this environment for over 10,000 years, and in just the past century had to adapt to village life in Western culture. This is our first of 4 short stops on our tour today. We ask that you please try and stay with us because we do have a lot to share with you. Then at the end of the tour, you're welcome to roam around the village for about 15 minutes. And right now, I'd like to turn it over to Courtney, and she'll introduce herself and tell you about the area around us.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Courtney. I'm Degaton Athabascan, and I was born and raised here in Fairbanks. My mother was too, but my grandmother was born in Holy Cross, and that's a small Athabascan Indian village on the Yukon River. Is this beeping in anyone's ear? No? Okay. I did. Okay. I'm currently a student here at the University of Alaska Fairbanks, where I went for my first 2 years majoring in political science. But like they mentioned on the boat, I did spend this last winter on exchange over at the University of Hawaii Manoa. So that was a nice change from how I was doing.
Poor thing.
The current setting that we're at right now is a typical setting of an Athabascan Indian village of about 150 years ago. Now, prospectors came to the interior on stern-wheeler steamboats, much like the one that we came in on today. Following them were missionaries, merchants, traders, and trappers. And all these people brought a new way of life to the Athabascans. Now, the merchants built trading posts along the banks of the rivers, and stocked in these posts would be food, clothes, weapons, tools, and other items. And the Athabascans were able to trade some of their furs, like the ones that you see around the lovely Allison, for some of these tools, such as the saw and the axe. And with these, they were able to make cabins like this one behind me. Now, what they would do is they would clear a site of all the spruce trees. They would then peel the logs and stack them up for the walls. They could then chink moss in between the logs to prevent the wind from going through. Now, the roofs were built very similar. They would take younger spruce poles, peel them as well, and then stack them flat across the top. They would then have a layer of birch bark covering the poles, and weighing down that birch bark would be a layer of sod. Now, if you see the grass growing in our roof, this was a desired effect for a couple reasons. One was that it did act as a natural barrier to the rain, and the second was that it prevented erosion. Now, the roofs did go bad, so they were replaced about every 3 to 5 years. Inside our cabin, the wood-burning stove is made out of a 55-gallon oil drum, and all the beds and furniture were also made from natural resources from the land. Now, we still have cabins like this today, although a little bit more modernized with running water, electricity, and possibly email. Over here to your left, we have a smaller cabin. This is our trapper's line cabin. Now, these were built about a day's journey apart from each other, and a hunter would be able to wake up from one, spend the next day traveling, checking his trap line, and then come across the next one at night. Now, they were open up for anyone to use. The only rule was that on your returning trip, you did restock anything that you used for the next hunter or person that came along. And it doesn't look like much to us now, but after traveling all day in weather conditions of 50 or even 60 below zero, this was a very warm and very welcome sight to come across to. Now, they did need a place to store the meat as well as the furs, so I'm going to pass it back over to Allison, and she's going to tell us a little bit about what she's sitting on. Well, the structure that she's sitting on.
Okay, well, the structure that I'm sitting on right now is called a cache, and some of you may know that it's a French word for storage, and that's exactly what we used it for. We built it in a very similar fashion as the cabin, but then we put it on tall stilts, and hopefully this would keep the contents away from the damp ground, out of the winter snow, but most importantly away from all the animals. And if you look at the top of each of the posts, you can see that we wrapped tin cans around them. Hopefully this would keep the smaller animals like squirrels and other rodents from climbing up and getting into the food that we had inside. And all around me you can see some of the smaller fur-bearing animals you find in the interior of Alaska. And the first one I'd like to share with you is this medium-sized timberwolf pelt. They'll get a lot larger than this. And at one of our last stops today, we'll show you that the Athabascans would take cross-sections from the back of the timberwolf pelt and use it to make a beautiful parka rug. And then next to this timber wolf, we have the lynx, and the lynx is a very close cousin to the bobcat. There's actually only a few differences between the two animals. The first is that the lynx have these tufted ears. Also, there's a small black tip on the tail. But the most important difference between the two animals is that the lynx have these large, fluffy paws, and these would act as snowshoes and allow the lynx to bound across the winter snow after its prey without having to worry about sinking in at all. And next to the lynx, we have the wolverine. The wolverine was very well respected by the Athabascans. They gave it the name Doyon, and in their language that means chief. So they're calling it the chief of all animals. And that's because it's very ferocious and very clever. Only the best or the luckiest hunter would come home with this prize. And to give you an idea of how ferocious the wolverine is, we've been told stories of when a wolverine and a black bear would meet across each other on the trail. It's always the black bear who would graciously step aside and allow the wolverine to pass by. And over here we have the red fox, and next to it is the silver fox, and he gets his name from the silver markings on the lower part of his body. These are very abundant across the state of Alaska. I wouldn't be surprised if you've already seen them on your trip. And they're very closely related to each other, and you can actually find them in the same litter. And these little guys are very warm. This is called the muskrat. But they're also very small, so in order to make a warm winter parka, you'd have to collect up to 60 of these little guys, and we'll show you an example of that at one of our leading stops today. And here we have some very beautiful examples of an ermine. So right now they're in their winter coat, which is white with a small brown tip on the tail. And in the summer times, they'll turn a beautiful chocolate brown, and then we just call them weasels. So we Alaskans do have a third and playful name for these if you like to hear it. Okay, we playfully refer to these as our Texas polar bear. Okay, here we have the martin. The martin is very warm and very fluffy, so it's pretty good to make a warm winter hat. And you collect 3 of them, one to cover each ear, and one for the top. And then a lot of times they leave the tails there for extra decoration. And all you ladies should know what this is.
The mink.
Okay, this is the mink, and this might surprise you. But before we had any contact with Western culture, we didn't value the mink very much, and that's because it's not warm. It was too thin, so all we would do is we cut it into strips and use it to trim our clothing. But once we did come in contact with Western culture, we realized its value, and it's now nicknamed the money pelt. And the last bird that I have to share with you is this beaver. You can see it has a long guard hair, and then underneath is a very thick and dense underfur. And it made it very warm and very versatile to make winter clothing. And also they value the meat of the beaver, and that's because it's an herbivore. It only ate plants, so there's no parasites in its meat to worry about. So the Athabascans actually considered it a delicacy. Well, now that Courtney and I have shown you how the Athabascans lived after contact with Western culture, we'd like to take you a step back in time and show you how they lived in their more semi-nomadic lifestyle. So we follow Courtney off to your left, and they had to do so over 10,000 years ago. Now they did live a very primitive bone and stone structured life, and every day was a battle of survival for them. Now these shelters that you may see around you were used by the semi-nomadic Indians, and they were constantly on the go in search of wild game animals. Now 2 of the primary game animals that they did hunt was the moose and the caribou. But behind me we have reindeer, and can anyone tell me the difference between reindeer and caribou?
Yes.
I thought everyone knew reindeer could fly. No, I did. I heard the right answer out there, and that is that the reindeer are domesticated while the caribou are wild.
Correct.
Now, when hunting the caribou, the Athabascans knew that they traveled the same migratory path from year to year, and also that they traveled in herds. So what they would do is they would build a single pole cache, like this one that you see behind me in the middle of the pen, climb up to the top and look out for oncoming herds. Now these caches were also used as a storage area. Now once they spotted a herd, they would climb down, gather other hunters, and they would quickly build a small wooden fence along the migratory path. Now this was there in order to corral the caribou so that they, and then it was in order to corral the caribou, and then they would also place traps and snares on the bottom
of the fence to slow down or even stop the caribou so that they could kill them easier with their primitive weapons. Now, the other animal I said they hunted was the moose, and the moose did not travel the same migratory path from year to year. They did not travel in herds. So the Athabascans became very skilled at calling them into their own area. Now, one way of doing this was by using a shoulder blade of a previous kill, like Allison is holding up, and scraping it against the trunk of a tree like this. Thank you, Allison. Now, as you can see, Allison is a very skilled hunter. But the noise that she just made did sound like a bull moose during the rutting season, rubbing his antlers against a tree. Now, moose are very territorial animals, so when hearing this, they would quickly come and investigate the area. Now, another way of giving a moose call was through a birch bark megaphone like this, and the hunter would try to imitate the moose call, and the moose make a deep, low, guttural grunting noise. Now, it is part of my job to ask if you want a demonstration. Okay, I'm getting very good at this. So, just in case the moose comes, the boat is straight behind you. Here, moosey, moosey, moosey.
So I was calling them
You didn't
light.
think I was going to get up here and start grunting. Now, after successfully calling the moose into the area, the hunter would be able to kill it using a primitive weapon, such as a club, a bow, or a bone-tipped spear like this. Now, when using a bone-tipped spear, the hunter would hold it down in the ground at an angle away from him. He would then crouch down behind it and provoke the moose to charge. Now, when the moose charged the hunter, it would rear up onto its hind legs, much like a horse does, in order to stomp the hunter down. But instead, he would impale himself in the chest or belly area at the tip of the bone spear. Then all the hunter had to do was very skillfully and very quickly roll out of the way from that large falling animal. Now, the Athabascans were very resourceful people, and they were able to use these animals for their shelters. So I'm going to pass it over to Allison, and she's going to explain to you some of the shelters that you see around you. Well, if you look around us right now, you'll see the shelters are very different than the ones we showed you at our last stop. And these are used by the Athabascans in their semi-nomadic lifestyle. The first one I'd like to share with you is off to your left. It's a dome-like structure. This is called a portable skin hut. The Athabascans built this by taking the younger spruce poles, steaming them so they can bend it into a dome-like frame, lashing it together with strips of rawhide called babiche, and then stretching caribou hide over the outside. And in the wintertime, if it got cold, all they would have to do was take the snow from the ground and pack it around the outside for extra insulation. And those caribou hides are very valuable, so when it's time to move on after the herd, they just stuffed those in their sled with them and they moved on to their next stop. The next shelter is also off to your left. It's called a double lean-to. It was a very temporary structure and it was usually only used by the Athabascan moose hunter if it started to rain. And the way that he would build this is he'd take the spruce poles to build the frame, letting spruce boughs over the outside pointing downwards, and hopefully the rain would trickle down to the ground instead of getting the hunters wet inside. And those are very quick and easy to put up, so when it was time to move on after the herd, they just left them behind for the next hunters who came along. Now if you look off to your right, you'll see the next shelter, and this is called a spruce bark hut. This is the most permanent structure that the Athabascans used, and it was built by taking the spruce poles, pounding them into the ground, peeling spruce bark off the tree, and weaving this bark in and out of the poles. You can see there's an opening for the doorway that's usually covered by a moose or a caribou hide, and on the other side there's also a hole in the roof, and this would act as a chimney allowing the smoke from the open fire inside to escape. And if it got cold in the winter, all they would do is build a very similar structure to this one over the outside. So there's a 3-inch gap, and they would stuff this with moss or tar, and hopefully it would keep the heat in and the cold out. And as you can see, the spruce tree was very important to the Athabascans. They used it to make all their shelters. But an equally important tree to them was the birch tree. We don't have any in this area right now, but I'm sure that you've seen them. They're the tall trees with the white bark and the green leaves. And this is valuable to the Athabascans for a few different reasons. The first one I'd like to share with you is if you go to an older birch tree and you look on the lower part of the trunk, you can often find a piece of fungus like this, and this is called punk. So the way that the Athabascans would use this is they dig a hole into the center of the fungus and then place a burning ember in there. And this ember would smolder for a day or more. So what this would do is it allowed them to carry their fire from campsite to campsite without having to worry about starting a whole new fire. And actually it's still useful today. If you cut it into chunks and light each chunk on fire, the black smudgy smoke that's emitted from it acts as a natural mosquito repellent.
Now, if you look off to your right, you'll see a beautiful example of a birch bark canoe. You're pretty lucky to see this. Even in the times they're commonly used, few men have the time or skills to build something like this. And the way that the man would begin is he'd take the birch wood, steam it so that he can bend it into the U-like frame, stretch birch bark over the outside, and then sew it all together with split spruce roots. And if you look closely, you can see there's a dark resin on the seams, and this is made by boiling together spruce pitch, animal fat, and moose or caribou hair until it became a tar-like substance, and then you smeared it along the seams to make it watertight. And that canoe could easily hold 2 to 3 hunters and all their gear, and then if they're lucky, it'd even hold a moose. Now, built in a very similar fashion as the canoe is a birch bark basket, and the women would use this to store, gather, and cook their food. Now, you could probably guess that you can't place this over an open fire to cook with. So what the woman would have to do is she'd put her meat and her vegetables in the bottom, and then fill it with water, and then begin the process of rotating hot rocks from the fire into the water over and over again until it came to a boil. And this would quickly happen in 3 to 5 hours. So you can understand why I'm thankful for my microwave today.
There he goes.
Can everyone hear me right now? I'll wait a couple seconds. As a rattle to help soothe the baby while the mom's walking around. And the way that she would use this is she put moss or rabbit fur into the bottom of the basket, strap the baby in, and walk around and do whatever she had to do. And when babies do what babies are known to do best, you take the baby out, dump out the soil contents, and start all over. So here you have our first earth-friendly disposable diaper. Well, on our trip over here, I've had a lot of people ask me what the difference between an Eskimo and an Athabascan is. And to give you a quick idea about that, the Eskimos came over about 6,000 years ago, and they came over the Bering Land Bridge from Mongolia area. The Athabascans came over about 10 to 12,000 years ago, and they came from Siberia. So the Athabascans settled in the interior of Alaska, and the Eskimos settled in the coastal regions of Alaska. They have a very different culture and very different languages. And now that Courtney and I have shown you how the Athabascans lived before, and also after contact with Western culture, we'd like to take you to meet a very good friend of ours. So if you follow Courtney off...
Look at these furs here, huh? Hides. That must be the grizzly there. Another one. Now look at these moose ones.
Black brown bear.
Yeah. And the moose, look at that. There's even a skull with that one. I haven't seen very many of those. Wow.
Yeah, you live here? Yeah. What do you work at?
Say hello to Dixie.
Hi, Dixie.
And right next to her is her beautiful daughter, Rita. So can we all say hi, Rita?
Hi.
Now, does Dixie look familiar to you?
Yeah.
Okay, good. We just saw her cross the river at Fish Camp. She's a very talented lady. She's known across the state and also across the nation for her talents in beadwork and tanning and sewing with the moose hide. She's an Athabascan Indian, originally from the village of Fort Yukon, which is located just above the Arctic Circle, and it's the largest Athabascan village here in Alaska. And behind me, I have very beautiful examples of her work I'd like to share with you, but before I do, I'll turn it over to Courtney, and she'll tell you how the Athabascans traditionally tan the moose hide. Okay, over here in the front, to your left, here's some of the largest game animals that are found in the interior of Alaska today. Now on the far side, we have a couple caribou hides. That first one is hair side out, and the second one is skin side out. In the middle, we have a grizzly bear, and this one closest to me is a moose hide. Now the Athabascans were very smart, resourceful people, and they were able to use everything from the animal hides, or from the animals that they caught. They were able to fashion the bones into tools, weapons, and needles. They could use the meat to eat as food, and they would use the furs and the hides for shelters and clothing. Now, it was up to the men to go out and get those big game animals, and once they brought them home into the village, it was the woman's job to prepare them for tanning. So the first thing she would do is take the underside of a hide, and then take a moose shin bone. She would then use this to scrape off bits and pieces of fat and flesh that had clung to the underside of the hide. When she was done, she would turn the hide over, so it was hair side up. Take a hot rock from the fire, and use that to singe off all the long hairs.
Now she would still have a remaining stubble, so she would take a split and sharpened caribou shin bone and use that to shave off all that extra stubble. Now the remaining piece she had was a nice tough and durable piece of rawhide like this here, and this was very useful for the Athabascan, especially when they cut it up into strips. Now these strips were called babiche. You did see when it's the last stop, they use them to lash together their shelters, and they also use them to web together their snowshoes. So they were basically an all-purpose rope. Now as you can see, this rawhide is a little too hard to make clothing out of. So the next step would be to take a milky solution of fermented moose spray mixed with water. Now this has special acidic enzymes in it that would break down that hard rawhide into a much softer hide. They would then be able to take a tool. This is called a kolass. This is like the Eskimo ulu, except for our kolass has serrated edges along the top sides. They would then be able to use this to scrape at the hide for days. Now after scraping and wringing out the hide, they had a much softer piece of material like this one behind me. And the last step of the process was to preserve it, and they would do this by smoking it. You can always tell a true native tanned hide by the brown color and the rich smoky smell. But now I'm going to pass it back over to Allison, and she's going to show us some of the garments that Dixie made using this traditional method.
Well, I have two pieces that I'd like to share with you. This is a chief's coat and this is a maiden's dress. They're ceremonial Athabascan beaver clothing and they're museum quality. You can see that they're both made with the tan moose hide, and Dixie tanned these hides using the traditional methods that Courtney just explained to you, and she's one of the few people today who will still do this. And you can see that both of them have floral beadwork designs. This is an Athabascan trademark. And over here on the maiden's dress, the women would usually sew flowers that were found in their area, so it's pretty easy to tell where she came from just by looking at these designs. So here we have the forget-me-not, which is our state flower, and next to it is the bluebell. This piece is trimmed with beaver fur and Italia shells, and the buttons are made from cross-sections of the caribou antlers. Now over here on the chief's coat, the floral beadwork designs were symbolic of animal tracks, and this is because women believed that if they sewed animal tracks onto their husband's clothing, that would bring them good luck while they're out hunting. So the larger flower is the lynx top, here's the wolf and the rabbit, and then the white that you see in between are ptarmigan dancing across the snow. This is also trimmed with beaver fur and Italia shells, but the buttons are made from cross-sections of the moose antlers. And Dixie did a piece that's very similar to this chief's coat that found its permanent home in the Smithsonian at Washington, D.C. So it does a piece of great work. We're lucky to have the beautiful Courtney modeling this traditional Athabascan Yukon-style parka. This took Dixie 6.5 months to make, working on it every single day for 6 to 8 hours. And it is all hand-sewn and completely traditional, except for that big zipper at the front, and she hunted down the down at Kmart. Now the body of the parka is made from muskrat, it's trimmed with river otter, and the black and white diamonds that you see are calfskin. There are also tassels hanging all around the parka, and these tassels are strips of wolverine that are tipped at the end with the timber wolf. And as I told you earlier, the wolverine is a very difficult animal to trap. So what Courtney is doing by putting these tassels on her parka is she's boasting that her husband is the best hunter in town. Then you might want to get your cameras ready. She's going to put up the sunshine rest and it makes a beautiful Alaskan picture. So you can probably see why we call it the sunshine rust. The outer part is made from cross-sections from the back of the timber wolf pelt, and then the darker fur that you see lining her face is the wolverine. And wolverines have natural oils in their fur, and these oils prevent your breath from freezing on your face, so we put it closest to prevent frostbite.
Wow, how neat.
Well, Courtney's now going to turn around and show you the beautiful designs on the back of the parka. These designs are handed down from mother to daughter for many generations. Dixie learned these from her mother and grandmother, and in turn are teaching them to her daughter Rita. Her family trademark are the beautiful flowers. This is caribou tufting, which is taking caribou hair, dyeing it with natural dyes, then sewing it onto moose hide backing, and the rest of the design is made with glass TV. I'm certain Courtney's getting pretty hot right now, so I'll let her get out of the parka. But there will be somebody here at the end of the tour to model the parka in case you missed that picture that you wanted. Well, as you can see, Dixie is passing these traditions on to her daughter Rita. She'll also travel around the state of Alaska during the wintertime to hold workshops for the younger generations to help ensure that the culture gets passed on. And I think at this time it's very important that we thank Dixie for allowing us to come to her summer home and sharing her work with us. does conclude your guided tour with Courtney and I. We do have one more stop today over at the dog kennel, but hopefully we've shown you that the Athabascans, as well as the other natives of Alaska, are very skilled and resourceful groups of people who have to survive in very difficult conditions for a long period of time. As younger generations, we face a challenge, and that is to live in this Western lifestyle and still preserve our native heritage. And you've helped us do that today by coming on our tour, and hopefully you can take some of this information home with you to your friends and family, and then convince them to visit us in January or February. So before I turn it over to Courtney for a few quick announcements, I'd like to say Inupiaq, Eskimo, Koyana, and I mean thank you, and I hope you had a great day today. Okay, like Allison said, you do have one more stop, and that's at the dog yard off to your right. But when you're done there, you will have 15 to 20 minutes to roam around.
Although I do have to forewarn you though, because they don't have very good manners, and they do occasionally like to lift their leg up the fence. So.
He was two over there.
Yeah, where's Mom? He just wants to run.
They kind of all have different minds of their own. I'm originally from Montana.
Oh, look, that everybody jumped up to see what happened there. Oh, boy.
Right there, aren't they?
Yeah. Oops. On the roof. Huh?
Looks like we do just about have everybody over here. Again, my name is Jessie. I do work at Trailbreaker Kennels. And I also have a pretty good sized kennel of sled dogs of my own. Now, often when people first come here, they are pretty surprised at how these dogs look. They often wonder, well, just what kind of dogs are these? They sure don't look much like sled dogs. They're awfully small. I expected to see a much bigger dog. Just what breed is this? Well, when you do think of a sled dog, you're probably most commonly thinking of the Siberians and the Malamutes. They are a little larger dogs, especially the Malamutes, which can be well over 100 pounds. Now, they're used as sled dogs too, but we're used more for things like recreational hunting or weight pulling. Maybe going just a little larger, heavier sleds, but going a lot shorter distances. Now, comparing a Malamute to one of these dogs here, it's actually kind of like comparing the difference between, say, a draft horse and a racehorse. Or maybe picture in your mind the difference between a weightlifter and a marathon runner. These dogs here are much more akin to the marathon runner than anything else.
There's our
In
boat
fact,
came
that's
in
what they
on
were bred for.
stern wheel,
These dogs
paddle
here were
wheel.
bred for their endurance, for their ability to travel long distances. They were used to haul mail, food, supplies, people, things like that from village to village. Because of the distances these dogs would travel, they actually had to have the body, say, more of a boxing marathon runner than a big heavyweight lifter. That's why they're not as big as what you might expect them to be. Now, all the dogs here in this pen, every single one of them is an Alaskan Husky. The Alaskan Husky is a breed of dog, but it's not a registered or a purebred dog. Therefore, we do kind of have a variety of different looking dogs because, well, frankly, we just don't care what these dogs look like when we breed them. We don't care if they have blue eyes or brown eyes or curly tails or floppy ears. Color makes absolutely no difference. What we're looking for is things like speed, endurance, strength, intelligence, instincts, curiosity, compatibility, things like that. We're looking for what these dogs can do than for what they look like. Now, the natives here in Alaska have actually had teams of dogs for hundreds of years. As they were migrating for hunting and fishing and trapping, the dogs usually went with them pulling sleds full of supplies in the winter and even carrying packs in the summertime. In their everyday lives, natives often relied on these dogs as part of their survival. So they rewarded the dogs for their hard work by giving them excellent care and nutrition. I think we can still see the benefits of those rewards even today. The dogs do live a lot longer, healthier lives. And this guy here, well, they range from the youngest one here is about 3 years old. So the oldest one is actually the larger red dog walking around the middle of the pen there. That's the Alpha, one of my natives today. He's 10 years old. Now they can live between 14 and 16 very commonly and even older sometimes. Now, being here in Alaska, well, She's a confused dog sometimes. Being here in Alaska, the dogs have got to learn to adapt to their environment. It gets down to 50 or 60 below at times in the winter, where in the summer it can get pretty warm, even as high as 80 or 90 above. So they have to learn to deal with both the heat and the cold. Now they do that by having two different layers of hair coat. What we see on the outside is a longer, coarse dark hair that's used to protect the dogs from wind and abrasion. But underneath of all that dark hair is all this really soft under downy coat, made up of just tens of thousands of little microscopic hairs. The dogs will grow in each fall before winter, but then they'll shed out again every spring before summer. Now this here is just a very small amount of hair you might put down on these dogs, but see how pretty thick and dense it is. In fact, it's so warm that often some people
And
like
for
to
my
collect
next
this
trip.
hair. They card it, spin it in the yarn, and they knit sweaters and their garments such as this hat here that are very, very warm. Now this hat is actually made out of 100% dog hair, but well, there is just one drawback I have to warn you about these. When you wear them outside, it starts to rain on you and you come back indoors,
You smell
you're
like-
probably going to smell like a wet dog. You know, these dogs, they do have very wonderful hair coats. They're much more comfortable in temperatures way below zero than they ever would be at, say, 70 or 80 above. They like the colder temperatures. They've been bred for it for hundreds of years. But say we get on the trail, we encounter winter storm or high winds, things like that, we still like to find ways to give them a lot of hair protection. So we can
What's
do
he
that by
looking
putting
at?
on dog jackets. Now this that I have here is just a windstopper, but we do have some that are lined with polar fleece for a little added warmth at times in the winter. Now I think I just got myself a volunteer here to help me out this part. This here is Kita. She still has her harness on, so say if I was out in the trail, all I'd have to do is just slip this right over her head here. There's a Velcro tab that goes underneath her belly, fastens on the other side. And the tag on Kita's harness still sticks out the back, so she can still be proudly pulling our team through that winter storm, protected by this bright red dog jacket. Thank you, Kita. She thinks she's going to have a career as a model. You know, these dogs also in the wintertime might travel up to 3,000 or 4,000 miles in just one winter, so they do have to have very tough feet. But there's different kinds of snow conditions, and some snow can be more abrasive to their feet than others. Like say soft, sticky snow, you can make it so well that we don't want that snow to pack between their toes, and maybe hard, crisply icy snow. To protect their feet from the different abrasions of the snow, we can do that by putting on dog boots. Now say if I had a 20-dog team, well that means I'd have to pull out about 80 boots right here to put on my team. Now it might take me just a little while to put them all on. It actually does 40 below on the heavy gloves on, so I think I'll just put on one for you to show you how it works. Let's see if we can't get Nike over here to help put on this part. Now, Nike here, he's actually 8 years old. He's traveled over 25,000 miles in his career so far. Burner. Come here, Nike. Come on. Nike, come on here wherever I can see you. He's traveled over 25,000 miles in his career so far. He even led me across the finish line of this year's Iditarod. So he's pretty used to wearing his booties. All I have to do is I just slip this booty right over his foot here. There's a Velcro tab that goes around fastens to hold it in place. Now he's all ready for the races. He's wearing his bright red Nike.
His red Nikes.
You know, the dogs, they do rely on us quite a bit for their care and nutrition and guidance as I retrain them. But we do rely on them too for their instincts and their abilities to travel in the wintertime. There's been several races, including this year's Iditarod, where sometimes we can encounter some pretty severe winter storms. And at times it can be snowing and blowing so hard that I'll have to get off my sled and help my leader spring tail from the creek one foot drift. But at other times, because of all the new snow and high wind and low visibility, I have no idea where the trail's at. Sometimes it's such a whiteout that I can't even see the end of my sled, much less the lead dogs that are way out in front of me. So sometimes I just have to rely on my leaders for their instincts, their sense of smell and feel to help keep us on that trail. We have to work together as a team to get to the finish line. It's the trust and retrust the relationship we have with these dogs. We do rely on them, just as much as they rely on us. Now, I do believe this is your last stop. You're welcome to roam around the village and visit some of the old stops if you like. But if you do have any questions for me about the dogs, please feel free to ask me. I'm more than happy to answer for you.
This water moving.
Restroom after you.
Yes, I am. Okay, down here we're getting the fishies. And she talked about how she hung them out there to dry out a little bit. And then they get put in the smokehouse. And the smokehouse. There we go.
We let them get a little sticky, and then they put them in the smokehouse.
Yeah. Okay, here we are looking out the back side. This is where we just came down. And we're getting ready to head back to where we started from.
The water is eroding.
Yeah.
The water on this side of the bank, and it's all carrying it out.
Yep.
And it just keeps eroding it and making the river narrower, wider. I didn't know if we filmed this particular one or not. We're still on the boat, and this is another part of the village. Standing up on the 4th deck, overlooking this. And this is more or less just like a general store, which you're using it as a knick-knack shop right now.
He just said what? 100,000 tons how often?
Every hour.
Moves through this river. Look at that. You're still out here waiting for the kings. The king is coming. The king is coming.
All right, still looking for the big king salmon. They'll be coming out of here any day. Any day we'll get kings coming right out of the silt. When they get out of the bright red, they change color and they change shape, and still good enough to eat right here, but once they get further up the Chena, they're not as good as, this is about the last spot to catch them. Young man waving to us over there. I remember a few years back there was a young fellow visiting his granddad up here. He's 12 years old, from Minnesota, where they catch big fish. He tied into a 35-pound king salmon. We stopped the boat, watched him for about 10 minutes. He finally got that fish in the boat, and to this day, I don't know what was bigger, that fish or the kid's eyeballs. I hope they took lots of pictures, because that was quite a trophy. So we'll get king, silver, and chum salmon up this way, but everybody wants that king salmon, because one fishing trip, you got enough salmon to last you half the winter. You tie into a big one, and the biggest ones don't even swim up this way. 45 pounds is a good-sized king in this part of the state, down around Anchorage, Russian River, the Kenai Peninsula. 96 pounds is a record, world record king salmon.
See, they're
The guy fought that fish for 3.5 hours. And the fish finally wore out. So good luck with the fishing here, everybody.
Here they are, still waiting for them. But when they come out of the muddy water into the clear water, after that, no way.
Well, we had a nice day to celebrate here, getting on towards hors d'oeuvre time. Anybody gonna have a jealous neighbor party when you get home? Well, we served at my son's wedding up in Michigan 5 weeks ago. And that is this sockeye salmon that we have on the boat. Captain Jim Binkley grew up down in Wrangell and Ketchikan, down in southeast Alaska, where they catch the red salmon or the world-renowned Alaskan wild sockeye salmon. And when he was young, he used to bring that fish in by the boatload. And Grandma Binkley would marinate it in brown sugar, honey, and salt. And then they smoked it for a long time, nice and gently, on real alder wood. And I just don't think you'll find a better tasting salmon anywhere in the universe. And what we do is mix it up with cream cheese. And I'll tell you how we do it. But watch the monitor here. I want to show you how we get this in the can. Some of you have been asking me about this, so we'll just share this with everybody. Now here comes the salmon right out of salt water. Best to catch them in salt water because they change in the fresh water. So we get them in salt water, and after they are inspected and graded, Captain always left standing orders that no less than number 1, grade 1, the very finest, that's like prime beef, would be allowed in one of the cans. And not only that, but we only take the prime from part of the fillet from the gill to the dorsal fin. And the rest of the salmon is sold to other processed mine sites. Also the tremendous track of those hydraulic dredges, those huge machines that dug up millions of tons of gravel. Most of the gravel that you see along here is old dredge gravel we've recycled.
Oh, there's Mike and Gary in the ice cream line again.